ធម្មខ្ញុំសូមគ្រប់អាដាមជួនសម្រិទ្ធអនុរដ្ឋលេខាធិការក្រសួងសេដ្ឋកិច្ចហិរញ្ញវត្ថុលោកស៊ីតូស៊ីហើយលោក Carles អញ្ជើញជាតំណាងដៃគូមកពីធនាគារអភិវឌ្ឍន៍អាស៊ីនិងធនាគារពិភពលោកស្រីទាំងអស់ដែលតំណាងឲ្យខាង private sector ដែលបានចូលរួមនៅក្នុងសន្និសីទផ្សព្វផ្សាយស្ដីអំពីឱកាសនៃការចូលរួមដេញថ្លៃនៅក្នុងក្របខ័ណ្ឌគម្រោងហិរញ្ញប្បទានក្រោមដៃគូ ADB និង World Bank បាទជិតនៅឱកាសនេះខ្ញុំក៏សូមថ្លែងអំណរគុណក្នុងឱកាសនេះខ្ញុំសូមថ្លែងអំណរគុណដល់អាដាមជួនសម្រិទ្ធដែលលោកឆ្លៀតឱកាសនៅក្នុងការចូលរួមបើកជាអធិបតីបើកហើយនៅជាឱកាសចូលរួមពេញមួយថ្ងៃជាមួយនឹងយើងខ្ញុំទាំងអស់គ្នានៅក្នុងកម្មវិធីនេះបាទអញ្ចឹងខ្ញុំសូមអនុញ្ញាតចូលនៅក្នុងបទបង្ហាញរបស់ខ្ញុំនៅក្នុងបទបង្ហាញនេះគឺខ្ញុំនឹង cover ទៅលើ3ចំណុចសំខាន់ទី1គឺខ្ញុំនឹងផ្ដល់ពីគោលបំណងនៃសន្និសីទនេះហើយនឹងជាគោលបំណងអ្វីដែលខ្ញុំនឹងធ្វើបទបង្ហាញទី2គឺពាក់ព័ន្ធជាមួយនឹងទស្សនវិជ្ជារួមនៃទំហំហិរញ្ញប្បទានក្រោមក្របខ័ណ្ឌហិរញ្ញប្បទានពីដៃគូអភិវឌ្ឍន៍ចំណុចទី2គឺជា implication អាចថាជាការចេះគឺឥទ្ធិពលឬក៏ផលជាលទ្ធផលនៃ portfolio របស់យើងហ្នឹងហើយនឹងចំណុចទន្ទឹមហ្នឹងគឺជាកលានុវត្តភាពជា opportunities សម្រាប់ private sector ហើយចំណុចទី3គឺជា requirement ជាតម្រូវការលក្ខខណ្ឌគតិយុត្តផ្សេងហើយជាដំណើរការធ្វើម៉េចដើម្បីឲ្យខាង private sector គាត់ទទួលយល់ដឹងពីនីតិវិធីហ្នឹងហើយធ្វើម៉េចដើម្បីគាត់អាចចាប់យកឱកាសហ្នឹងដើម្បីចូលរួមនៅក្នុងកិច្ចលទ្ធកម្មដើម្បីទទួលបានជោគជ័យបាទអញ្ចឹងជាគោលបំណងនៅក្នុង session នេះព្រឹកនេះជាពិសេសគឺនៅក្នុងបទបង្ហាញពាក់ព័ន្ធជាមួយកម្មវិធីនេះគឺទី1គឺខ្ញុំនឹងបង្ហាញអំពីតួលេខហើយនឹងជាទំហំហិរញ្ញប្បទានក្រោមក្របខ័ណ្ឌហិរញ្ញប្បទានពីដៃគូអភិវឌ្ឍន៍នៅកម្ពុជាយើងហើយចំណុចទី2គឺខ្ញុំនឹងបង្ហាញអំពីវិស័យដែលជាអតិភិបក្រោមក្របខ័ណ្ឌហិរញ្ញប្បទានហើយនឹងចំណុចទី3គឺខ្ញុំនឹងបង្ហាញអំពីឱកាសនៃការចូលរួមដេញថ្លៃតើយើងមានកញ្ចប់កិច្ចសន្យាប្រមាណហើយជាទំហំទឹកប្រាក់សម្រាប់ឆ្នាំ2026បាទចំណុចទី4គឺយើងលើកទឹកចិត្តជាគោលបំណងថ្ងៃនេះគឺយើងលើកទឹកចិត្តឲ្យដៃគូអភិវឌ្ឍឲ្យខាង private sector ចូលរួមឲ្យបានជាសកម្មនៅក្នុងគម្រោងហិរញ្ញប្បទានពីដៃគូហើយនឹងចំណុចទី5គឺជាកិច្ចសហការគឺបង្ហាញអំពីកិច្ចសហការរវាងដៃគូជាមួយនឹងក្រសួងសេដ្ឋកិច្ចហិរញ្ញវត្ថុក្នុងនាមរាជរដ្ឋាភិបាលហើយនឹងជាមួយនឹងផ្នែកឯកជនហើយចុងក្រោយនេះជាចំណុចទី6សំខាន់គឺផ្ដល់ជាការ practical guidance សម្រាប់ private sector ដើម្បីអាចចូលរួមប្រកួតប្រជែងហើយនឹងទទួលបានជោគជ័យនៅក្នុងដំណើរការកិច្ចលទ្ធកម្មអញ្ចឹងជារួមនៅក្នុងក្របខ័ណ្ឌហិរញ្ញប្បទានពីដៃគូបើយើងមើលជាតួលេខគឺយើងបច្ចុប្បន្ននេះយើងមានគម្រោងដែលកំពុងដំណើរការមានចំនួន119គម្រោងបាទហើយយើងមានដៃគូ14ដៃគូហើយនៅក្នុងនេះខ្ញុំមិនចាំបាច់រៀបរាប់ពីចំនួនគម្រោងក្រោមដៃគូមួយទេប៉ុន្តែយើងអាចពិនិត្យមើលជារួមថានៅក្នុងនេះគឺមានធនាគារអភិវឌ្ឍន៍អាស៊ី ADB និង World Bank នេះគឺជាដៃគូមួយដ៏សំខាន់ជា long standing partners ហើយទំហំហិរញ្ញប្បទានរបស់គាត់ក៏មានចំនួនច្រើនជាងគេបាទជាទំហំ portfolio របស់យើងគឺបច្ចុប្បន្ននេះគិតត្រឹមត្រីមាសទី3ឆ្នាំ2025គឺមានចំនួន 10.52 billion US dollar ហើយសម្រាប់កញ្ចប់កិច្ចសន្យាដែលយើងបានផ្សព្វផ្សាយគឺនៅក្នុងឆ្នាំ2025នេះគឺមានចំនួនជិត 1000 លានបាទមែនតើតួលេខវាប្រហែលជា973លានប៉ុន្តែយើងនៅសល់រយៈពេលប្រហែលអាចថា15ថ្ងៃទៀតអញ្ចឹងតួលេខនេះវាអាចនឹងជិត 1000 លានបាទសម្រាប់កញ្ចប់កិច្ចសន្យាដែលបានផ្សព្វផ្សាយរួចនៅក្នុងឆ្នាំ2025អញ្ចឹងបើយើងកលេចមើលអំពីជាដៃគូវិញនៅក្នុងក្របខ័ណ្ឌហិរញ្ញប្បទានពីដៃគូយើងចែកចេញជា2ធំទី1ដៃគូពហុភាគី multilateral donor ឬ multilateral partner នេះគឺមានទឹកប្រាក់ចំនួនគឺមានគម្រោងចំនួន52 project បាទហើយជា bilateral គឺមាន 7 project ហើយទឹកប្រាក់គឺសម្រាប់ multilateral DP គឺមាន 5.7 billion ហើយសម្រាប់bilateral មាន 4.82 billion នេះគឺបង្ហាញអំពីតួលេខនៃទំហំហិរញ្ញប្បទានក្រោមដៃគូទាំងពីរប្រភេទនេះបាទហើយបើយើងពិនិត្យមើលដៃគូមួយលម្អិតខ្ញុំ select យកមកនេះគឺយកតែ top 5 DP ទេយកតែដៃគូដែលមានទំហំហិរញ្ញប្បទានច្រើនជាងគេគឺទី1គឺ ADB យើងមើលទឹកប្រាក់ទំហំហិរញ្ញប្បទានគឺមាន 2.3 លានបាទបន្ទាប់មកគឺយើងមានចែកការបន្តរហូតដល់ Korea Exim Bank អញ្ចឹងនេះជា picture មួយដើម្បីឲ្យខាង private sector ដឹងថាតើយើងគួរទៅចូលរួមនៅក្នុងគម្រោងដៃគូមួយណានៅក្រោមក្របខ័ណ្ឌហិរញ្ញប្បទាននៅកម្ពុជាយើងហើយបើយើងពិនិត្យជារួមទៅលើកិច្ចសន្យាដែលយើងបានមកដល់ថ្ងៃនេះគឺក្នុងទំហំហិរញ្ញប្បទានសរុប 10.52 billion នេះគឺយើងនៅសល់ 4.9 billion ទៀតដែលអត់ទាន់បានចុះកិច្ចសន្យាអញ្ចឹងនៅទំហំច្រើនបើយើងពិនិត្យមើលជា pipeline វិញគឺធំហើយក្នុង 4.9 នេះមិនមែនមានន័យថាយើងត្រូវតែដេញថ្លៃនៅក្នុងឆ្នាំ 2026 អស់ទេវាអាចនៅក្នុងរយៈពេល2 ទៅ 3 ឆ្នាំទៀតអញ្ចឹងវាទឹកទំហំទឹកប្រាក់នេះវាធំហើយវាជា strong pipeline មួយសម្រាប់ private sector ហើយបើយើងពិនិត្យមើល 4.94 billion នេះយើងបែងចែកជា sector យើងឃើញថា sector ដែលទំហំទឹកប្រាក់នៅមិនទាន់បានចុះកិច្ចសន្យានៅក្នុងវិស័យ agriculture and rural development នេះនៅមានទំហំច្រើនខ្ពស់ហើយបន្ទាប់មកគឺ transportation បាទហើយក្រក់ទី3គឺ water and urban development ហើយយើងបន្តមករហូតនៅខាងតាម sector មួយនេះបាទជាកញ្ចប់កិច្ចសន្យាវិញនៅក្នុងឆ្នាំ 2026 អានេះអ្វីដែលយើងបានធ្វើការព្យាករណ៍នៅក្នុងកញ្ចប់កិច្ចសន្យានៅក្នុងឆ្នាំ 2026 នេះគឺសម្រាប់យើងព្យាករណ៍ទៅមានចំនួនប្រហែលជា 1.2 billion សរុបនៅក្នុងនោះមាន ADB 105 លាន World Bank 182 លានហើយទៅតាមប្រភពទៅតាមកញ្ចប់នីមួយៗ ADB យើងព្យាករណ៍ទៅថាអាចនឹងមាន57កញ្ចប់កិច្ចសន្យាដែលគ្រោងនឹងដេញថ្លៃនៅក្នុងឆ្នាំ 2026 ចំណែក World Bank មាន20 AFD មាន18បាទនៅតាមតួលេខនេះជា implication ហើយជា opportunity ផ្អែកលើតួលេខនេះតើយើងទាញបានអ្វីពី portfolio figure គឺទី1គឺដូចខ្ញុំជំរាបជូនខាងដើមអញ្ចឹងគឺតួលេខគម្រោង119 active project នេះមិនមែននៅក្នុងឆ្នាំ 2026 ត្រូវតែអនុវត្តឲ្យចប់ទេតួលេខនេះគឺយើងនឹងព្យាករណ៍ថានឹងមានរយៈពេលអនុវត្ត 2 ទៅ 3 ឆ្នាំទៀតអញ្ចឹងវាជា continuous pipeline សម្រាប់នឹងការចូលរួមដេញថ្លៃហើយមួយទៀតគឺយើងមើលជា sector វិញ sector នេះគឺយើងផ្ដោតទៅ transport agriculture rural development ហើយយើង water ដែលយើងចាប់យក sector 3 សំខាន់បើគិតជា portfolio ទៅគឺ 76% នៃ total portfolio អញ្ចឹង private sector អាចពិនិត្យមើលលោកស្រីដែលជាអ្នកទទួលដែលជាម៉ៅការឬក៏ជា consulting service អាចពិនិត្យមើលថាផ្នែកនេះជាចំណុចមួយដែលយើងត្រូវផ្ដោតព្រោះ 76%នៃ total portfolio សរុបគឺនៅលើ sector 3 នេះសំខាន់ហើយក្រៅតែ sector 3 ហ្នឹងគឺយើងមាន sector ផ្សេងៗទៀតដែលកំពុងតែរីកដែរមានដូចជា education health energy ICT and governance អញ្ចឹងការយល់អំពី portfolio figure នេះអាចធ្វើឲ្យលោកស្រីទាយទុកឬក៏ព្យាករណ៍ឬក៏អាចនឹងត្រៀមទុកមុនដើម្បីចូលរួមនៅក្នុងកិច្ចរដ្ឋកម្មសម្រាប់ឆ្នាំ 2026 បាទអញ្ចឹងយើងក្រៅពីយើងដឹងអំពីតួលេខនេះក្រៅពីយើងដឹងអំពី sector យើងត្រូវដឹងថាតើនៅក្នុងកញ្ចប់កិច្ចសន្យាមួយនឹងពាក់ព័ន្ធមួយការងារអីខ្លះនៅក្នុងនេះខ្ញុំគ្រាន់តែជាការជំរាបជូនអំពីកិច្ចការដែលពាក់ព័ន្ធជាមួយនឹងការងារដេញថ្លៃហ្នឹងវាយើងបែងចែកចេញជា4ប្រភេទមួយគឺការងារពាក់ព័ន្ធមួយសំណង់ CV work គឺមានការងារធ្វើផ្លូវធ្វើស្ពានមានធ្វើធារាសាស្ត្រមានពាក់ព័ន្ធជាមួយនឹងការធ្វើ waste water treatment plants ជាមួយនឹង water supply ហើយ goods គឺមានពាក់ព័ន្ធជាមួយនឹង ICT មានទិញ machinery construction ហើយ consulting service គឺពាក់ព័ន្ធសំខាន់ទៅលើ feasibility study មានធ្វើ detail design មានធ្វើ supervision construction ជាដើមហើយ non consulting service អាចពាក់ព័ន្ធជាមួយ O&M support ហើយនឹង survey ឬក៏ training ជាដើមបាទ អញ្ចឹងបន្ទាប់ពីយើងដឹងអំពី opportunities យើងអាចជាកទុកមុនអំពី sector ជា priority ថាតើយើងត្រូវចូល sector មួយណានៅក្នុងឆ្នាំ2026នេះយើងក៏ត្រូវដឹងថាតើស្អីខ្លះដែលតើធ្វើម៉េចដើម្បីយើងអាចទទួលយកព័ត៌មាននេះបានអញ្ចឹងទី1គឺយើងត្រូវពិនិត្យមើលទៅលើ procurement package នៅតាមក្រសួងស្ថាប័នពាក់ព័ន្ធហើយមួយទៀតនៅតាមដៃគូជារួម procurement plan ផែនការកិច្ចរដ្ឋកម្មគឺមាន post នៅក្នុង website របស់ដៃគូដូចជា ADB World Bank ហើយចែកការជាដើមអញ្ចឹងលោកស្រីដែលចូលរួមថ្ងៃនេះអាចចូលនៅក្នុង website នៅក្នុង portal របស់ដៃគូទាំងពីរនេះហើយពិនិត្យមើលហើយទាញយកជាព័ត៌មានសម្រាប់ចូលរួមក្នុងឆ្នាំ2026អញ្ចឹងមួយទៀតក្រៅពីការទៅយកព័ត៌មានយើងក៏ត្រូវតាមដានដែរអញ្ចឹងរាល់ការងារដេញថ្លៃទាំងអស់របស់ដៃគូទាំង ADB ទាំង World Bank គឺមានការផ្សព្វផ្សាយយើងអាចចូលទៅមើលនៅក្នុង website របស់ ADB និង World Bank អញ្ចឹងយើងបែងចែកនៅក្នុងនេះគឺspecific procurement notice ឬក៏ invitation for bid នេះអានេះគឺជាឯកសារដែលធ្វើការផ្សព្វផ្សាយហើយសម្រាប់ការងារ CV work ហើយនឹងសម្រាប់ទំនិញពាក់ព័ន្ធជាមួយ consulting service គឺគេធ្វើ request for expression of interest បាទសម្រាប់ពីមួយទៀតដែលជាចំណុចសំខាន់ដែលសម្រាប់ក្រុមហ៊ុនក្នុងការចូលរួមដេញថ្លៃទី1គឺត្រូវតែ register បាទទី2ក៏ត្រូវតែពិនិត្យមើលនេះជាការ reminder ត្រូវពិនិត្យមើលលើ procurement plan ព្រោះមានការកែសម្រួល procurement plan នេះគឺมันអាចវាជា living document មួយអញ្ចឹងក្នុងឆ្នាំវាអាចកែសម្រួលម្ដងឬក៏ពីរដងហើយមួយទៀតក៏យើងត្រូវតាមដានឲ្យបានមុននៅក្នុងការរៀបចំឯកសារ bid ហ្នឹងធ្វើម៉េចឲ្យ compliant បាទនៅក្នុងនេះគឺចង់ជំរាបជូនថាតើអ្វីជា requirements ដែលទាំងខាងក្រសួងសេដ្ឋកិច្ចនិងហិរញ្ញវត្ថុហើយនឹងដៃគូចង់បានពី bidder ហើយចង់ឃើញថាតើ bidder មានឯកសាររបៀបម៉េចដើម្បីអាច compliant អញ្ចឹងនៅក្នុងនេះគឺយើងពិនិត្យមើលលើ eligibility បាទ eligibility នេះសំខាន់បើសិនជាឯកសារបើសិនជាក្រុមហ៊ុននឹងអត់មានការចុះបញ្ជីត្រឹមត្រូវអត់ valid អាហ្នឹងក៏វាធ្វើឲ្យមានប៉ះពាល់ដែរប៉ះពាល់ដល់ការចូលរួមដេញថ្លៃហើយចំណុចមួយទៀតសំខាន់គឺរឿង conflict of interest ហើយកុំឲ្យមានឈ្មោះស្ថិតនៅក្នុង blacklist របស់ដៃគូណាមួយអានេះជាចំណុចផ្ដើមទី1សម្រាប់ eligibility criteria ទី2យើងពិនិត្យមើលលើសមត្ថភាពបច្ចេកទេស technical capacity យើងមើលទៅលើពី past performance មើលទៅលើបទពិសោធន៍របស់គាត់មើលទៅលើបុគ្គលិកមើលទៅលើបច្ចេកទេស technical resource ហើយនឹងសំខាន់បំផុតតើអ្វីដែលគាត់ដាក់មកវិធីសាស្ត្រតើ meet ជាមួយនឹង specification ដែរអត់បាទចំណុចទី3សំខាន់គឺពាក់ព័ន្ធជាមួយហិរញ្ញវត្ថុសមត្ថភាពហិរញ្ញវត្ថុគឺមើល cash flow យើងមើលទៅលើ financial resource របស់គាត់ថាតើ turnover របស់គាត់នឹងគឺគ្រប់គ្រាន់ដើម្បីអាចអនុវត្តកិច្ចការងារនឹងបានអត់បាទចំណុចទី4គឺពាក់ព័ន្ធជាមួយនឹង bid quality នៅក្នុងនេះគឺការរៀបចំឯកសារហ្នឹង bid ហ្នឹងឲ្យបានទាន់ពេលវេលាហើយត្រឹមត្រូវបាទហើយរាល់ instruction ទាំងអស់នៅក្នុង bidder នៅក្នុង bidding document គឺទាមទារឲ្យ bidder ត្រូវពិនិត្យអានយកចិត្តទុកដាក់ហើយធ្វើម៉េចឲ្យ comply រាល់លក្ខខណ្ឌទាំងអស់នៅក្នុងហ្នឹងហើយចំណុចសំខាន់មួយទៀតគឺរឿង pricing នេះសំខាន់ពីព្រោះកន្លងមកជាបទពិសោធន៍យើងមើលឃើញថាតម្លៃដែលក្រុមហ៊ុនដាក់មកអាចទាបខ្លាំងហើយក៏អាចខ្ពស់ខ្លាំងនេះវាជាកត្តាមួយដែលធ្វើឲ្យបរាជ័យដែរក្នុងការចូលរួមដេញថ្លៃបាទហើយចំណុចសំខាន់ទី5នេះគឺរឿងសុចរិតភាព integrity យើងជៀសវាងរឿងបញ្ហា corruption ហើយនឹង integrity standard ត្រូវ comply ជាមួយនឹង integrity standard អានេះគឺជាលក្ខខណ្ឌមួយសំខាន់របស់ដៃគូទាំងពីរបាទហើយក៏ដូចរបស់រដ្ឋាភិបាលដែរមួយទៀតគឺខ្ញុំចង់ជម្រាបជូនអំពីជា process ពីការចូលរួមដេញថ្លៃហ្នឹងជាដំណាក់កាលមួយអញ្ចឹងគឺលោកស្រីសំខាន់បំផុតគឺត្រូវតែតាមដានរាល់ការផ្សព្វផ្សាយដេញថ្លៃបាទត្រូវតាមដានទី1គឺយើងត្រូវមើលwebsite របស់ដៃគូទី2website របស់ក្រសួងស្ថាប័នដែលជាអ្នកអនុវត្តគម្រោងផ្ទាល់ដោយក្រសួងសាធារណការក្រសួងធនធានទឹកហើយនិងក្រសួងអភិវឌ្ឍជនបទជាដើមដែលពាក់ព័ន្ធជាមួយនឹងការងារ transportation បាទទី2គឺចំណុចហ្នឹងគឺយើងត្រូវទី2គឺការទទួលយកឯកសារ meeting document ការដេញថ្លៃខ្លះគឺទាមទារឲ្យយើងទៅទិញឯកសារផ្ទាល់ពីក្រសួងស្ថាប័នដែលជាអ្នកអនុវត្តគម្រោងប៉ុន្តែបច្ចុប្បន្ននេះយើងឃើញមានការកែសម្រួលច្រើនក្រសួងស្ថាប័នមួយចំនួនគាត់ចាប់ផ្ដើម upload ឯកសារដេញថ្លៃនៅក្នុង website របស់គាត់អញ្ចឹងលោកស្រីអត់ចាំបាច់ត្រូវទៅទិញផ្ទាល់ទេយើង access ចូលក្នុង website គាត់ហើយយើងអាច download បានបាទហើយចំណុចជំហានទី3រឿង clarification period នេះសំខាន់ពេលខ្លះយើងដល់ថ្ងៃចិត្ត bid submission ហើយបានយើង ស្នើលិខិតឬក៏ស្នើសុំការបញ្ជាក់នៅចម្ងល់នៅក្នុងឯកសារ bidding document នៅក្នុងឯកសារដេញថ្លៃគឺគេមានកំណត់ថ្ងៃខ្ញុំមិនចាំតែប្រហែលថ្ងៃប៉ុន្តែភាគច្រើនគឺកំណត់14ថ្ងៃមុនថ្ងៃបើក bid បាទជា general practice អញ្ចឹងឃើញសង្កេតឃើញថាមាន bidder មួយចំនួនខ្លះគាត់គៀកថ្ងៃហើយមកសល់2 3ថ្ងៃមុនថ្ងៃបើក bid គាត់ស្នើធ្វើសួរសំណួរមួយចំនួនហើយពេលតែខាងអង្គភាពឬក៏ស្ថាប័នក៏អត់ឆ្លើយយើងមានការប្តឹងផ្តល់គ្នាករណីនេះតែតាមពិតគេមានកំណត់ចំនួនថ្ងៃមុនយើង seek clarification បាទហើយជាចំណុចនេះសំខាន់រាល់ចម្ងល់ទាំងអស់សូមយើងធ្វើជាលិខិត request for clarification ទៅក្រសួងស្ថាប័នដែលជាអ្នកលក់ឯកសារដេញថ្លៃហ្នឹងបាទចំណុចទី4សំខាន់បន្ទាប់ពីយើងបានទទួលឯកសារដេញថ្លៃយើងត្រូវចាប់ផ្ដើម early preparation ត្រូវរៀបចំឲ្យបានទាន់ពេលវេលាទាំងបច្ចេកទាំង technical bid ទាំង financial bid ហើយសម្រាប់ក្រុមហ៊ុនកុងសតង់វិញគឺត្រូវរៀបចំ EOI ទាំង technical proposal ហើយនិង financial proposal កន្លែងចំណុចនេះហើយទី5គឺ bid submission កន្លែងនេះសំខាន់មែនទែនករណីទាំងអស់យើងធ្វើបានរហូតដល់ bid preparation ប៉ុន្តែដល់ពេលយើងធ្វេសប្រហែសជួនកាលយើងយក head poll រឿងចរាចរណ៍យើងយក head poll រឿង address ដែលយើង submit ហ្នឹងយើង submit គាត់ទៅភាគច្រើនឃើញគាត់ submit តាមយុគឋានឬក៏ការិយាល័យនៅខាងផ្នែករដ្ឋបាលអញ្ចឹងខាងរដ្ឋបាលគាត់អត់ផ្ញើបន្តទៅកន្លែងឬក៏បន្ទប់ដែលគេបើក bid អញ្ចឹងក៏វាប៉ះពាល់ដែរអញ្ចឹងលោកស្រីត្រូវពិនិត្យមើល address ហ្នឹងឲ្យច្បាស់ចំណុចនេះហើយយើងអត់អាចយកបញ្ហារឿងចរាចរណ៍ទៅតាមដោយស្ទះចរាចរណ៍ទៅធ្វើឲ្យ late ព្រោះ manatee ក៏ធ្វើឲ្យយើងធ្លាក់ដែរបាទចំណុចទី6គឺ public opening បាទហ្នឹងយើងដឹងទាំងអស់គ្នាគឺថ្ងៃដែលយើងបើក bid ជារួមជាសាធារណៈទាំងអ្នកចូលរួមអាចចូលរួមបានទាំងអស់គ្នានៅក្នុងនេះទាំងក្រុមហ៊ុនដែលអត់បានទិញឯកសារដេញថ្លៃទាំងក្រុមហ៊ុនដែលបានទិញឯកសារដេញថ្លៃយើងអាចចូលរួមមើលនៅក្នុងការបើក bid ទាំងអស់គ្នាហើយចំណុចទី7គឺជាការងាររបស់ខាងក្រសួងស្ថាប័នដែលជាអ្នកអនុវត្តផ្ទាល់គាត់នឹងធ្វើការវិយតម្លៃបាទហើយចំណុចទី8នេះនៅពេលដែលគាត់ធ្វើការវិយតម្លៃចប់សពគ្រប់គាត់នឹងធ្វើ notification មួយសេចក្តីជូនដំណឹងជូនដល់ក្រុមហ៊ុនណាដែលទទួលជោគជ័យហើយក្រុមហ៊ុនណាដែលមិនបានទទួលជោគជ័យនៅក្នុងការដេញថ្លៃនេះបាទហើយដំណាក់កាលចុងក្រោយគឺដំណាក់កាលចុះកិច្ចសន្យាបាទនេះគ្រាន់តែជា key step ដែលយើងត្រូវដឹងនៅក្នុងដំណាក់កាលនេះមួយពីព្រោះយើងក្នុងនាមយើងជាក្រុមហ៊ុនក៏យើងត្រូវដឹងថាតើឯកសារដែលយើងខំទិញមកចំណាយពេលវេលាក្នុងការរៀបចំតើនៅក្នុងឯកសារតើនៅក្នុងដំណាក់កាលមួយហ្នឹងនៅក្នុងដំណើរការនៃការដេញថ្លៃហ្នឹងដើរដល់ណាបាទចឹងបើយើងអត់យល់ពីដំណាក់កាលនេះទេធ្វើឲ្យយើងខាតពេលវេលាយើងអត់អាច follow up កិច្ចការងារហ្នឹងបាទកន្លែងនេះគឺចង់បង្ហាញលោកស្រីបង្រឹងបន្ថែមទៀតនៅឱកាសនៃការឈ្នះបាទទទួលបានជោគជ័យគឺទី1មុននឹងយើងចាប់ផ្ដើមរៀបឯកសារយើងត្រូវយល់សិនថាស្អីគេជា requirements ស្អីគេជាលក្ខខណ្ឌតម្រូវចាំបាច់បំផុតហើយខ្ញុំសង្ឃឹមថានៅថ្ងៃនេះគឺយើងមានវាគ្មិនមកពីខាងធនាគារពិភពលោកក៏ដូចជាធនាគារអវត្តអាស៊ីលោកនឹងបញ្យល់លម្អិតអំពី all requirement ប៉ុន្តែអានេះជា key points ដែលខ្ញុំកន្លងមកគឺយើងជាបទពិសោធន៍យើងឃើញថាចំណុចនេះវាសំខាន់ដែលចង់ reminder ទៅលោកស្រីបាទអញ្ចឹងគឺចំណុចសំខាន់គឺត្រូវរៀបចំឲ្យបានទាន់ពេលវេលាហើយត្រូវយល់ថាស្អីគេដែលជាតម្រូវការចាំបាច់បាទទី2គឺត្រូវធានាថា proposal របស់យើង strong បាទចំណុចទី3គឺជាឯកសារមួយដែលសំខាន់ដែរគឺពាក់ព័ន្ធជាមួយនឹង joint venture agreement ជួនកាលឯកសារ joint venture agreement យើងភ្លេចសញ្ញេតែបន្តិចហ្នឹងគឺធ្វើយើងធ្លាក់ជួនកាលយើងអត់បានធ្វើ power attorney ដើម្បីចាត់តំណាងអ្នកណាមួយនៅក្នុង joint venture agreement ហ្នឹងក៏ទាំងធ្វើឲ្យឯកសាររបស់យើងអត់គ្រប់គ្រាន់ក៏ត្រូវបានគេ reject អញ្ចឹងឯកសារនេះសំខាន់ទោះបីយើងមាន joint venture ក្រោយប៉ុន្តែបើយើងភ្លេចបំពេញលក្ខខណ្ឌណាមួយធ្វើឲ្យ ការចូលរួមដេញថ្លៃរបស់យើងអត់ទទួលបានជោគជ័យចំណុចទី4គឺយើងត្រូវតែតាមដាននិយាយជារួមទៅគឺត្រូវធ្វើបច្ចុប្បន្នភាពខ្លួនឯងជាប្រចាំហើយជាពិសេសក៏ពាក់ព័ន្ធជាមួយនឹងសមត្ថភាពរបស់ក្រុមហ៊ុនត្រូវមើលថាតើខ្លួនឯងមានហិរញ្ញប្បទាន financial capacity កម្រិតណា equipment ជាធនធានជាបច្ចេកទេស technical resource របស់យើងហើយទាំងមនុស្សហើយ CV ក៏យើងត្រូវ update ដែរព្រោះជួនកាលក្រុមហ៊ុនហ្នឹងចូលរួមដេញថ្លៃច្រើនមែនទែនប៉ុន្តែយើងយកមនុស្សដដែលយកទៅដាក់ដេញថ្លៃពីកញ្ចប់មួយទៅកញ្ចប់មួយហើយពីដៃគូមួយទៅដៃគូមួយអញ្ចឹងឥឡូវបច្ចុប្បន្ននេះខាងក្រសួងសេដ្ឋកិច្ចហិរញ្ញវត្ថុបានធ្វើការជាមួយនឹងខាងដៃគូទាំង ADB ទាំង World Bank ហើយដៃគូផ្សេងទៀតយើងពិនិត្យមើលព្រោះក្រុមហ៊ុនមួយហ្នឹងគាត់ចូលរួមដេញថ្លៃមួយប៉ុន្តែយើងមាន database ជួនកាលគាត់ចូលមួយ ADB ទៅគាត់ propose ក្រុមដដែលហើយដល់គាត់ចូលរួមជាមួយនឹងខាង World Bank គាត់ដាក់ propose ក្រុមដដែលទៀតអញ្ចឹងយើងពិនិត្យមើលទាំងអស់គ្នាកន្លែងហ្នឹងយើងជៀសវាងមិនឲ្យការងារច្រើនប៉ុន្តែធនធានគាត់នៅដដែលបាទចំណុចទី4គឺពាក់ព័ន្ធជាមួយនឹងគឺ procurement plan អាហ្នឹងដូចខ្ញុំជំរាបជូនខាងដើមអញ្ចឹងគឺដើម្បីយើងទទួលបានជោគជ័យក្រុមហ៊ុនត្រូវតាមដាន procurement plan របស់ដៃគូទាំងពីរថាតើកញ្ចប់កិច្ចសន្យានីមួយៗហ្នឹងគេនឹងដេញថ្លៃក្នុងឆ្នាំ2026ប៉ុន្តែនៅក្នុងត្រីមាសទីប្រមាណយើងត្រូវ update នៅក្នុងហ្នឹងខ្លួនឯងហើយចំណុចសំខាន់ចុងក្រោយគឺត្រូវតែ make sure អំពី integrity សុចរិតភាពនេះសំខាន់បាទព្រោះករណីបើសិនជាមានការរកឃើញថាមាន collusion ឬក៏មានបញ្ហាអីកើតឡើងណាមួយនៅក្នុងការចូលរួមដេញថ្លៃរបស់យើងគឺធ្វើឲ្យយើងបរាជ័យហើយប៉ះពាល់ credit បាទសំខាន់រឿង credit វាអាចធ្វើឲ្យយើងខាតលែងបានចូលរួមកិច្ចការងារនឹងរយៈពេលយូរបាទ2ទៅ3ឆ្នាំទៀតចឹងជានេះជាបញ្ហាជា common mistake ដែលខាងក្រុមការងារ select យកបន្ទាប់ពីយើងបានចូលរួមពិនិត្យមើលឯកសារដេញថ្លៃរបស់ក្រុមហ៊ុនមួយចំនួនហើយគ្រាន់តែជាការផ្ដល់ជាយោបល់ដែលយើងរកឃើញថាភាគច្រើនគេ reject bid ហ្នឹងគឺដោយសារបញ្ហាអស់នេះគឺទី1គឺយើងអត់ឃើញឯកសារគ្រប់គ្រាន់ incomplete បាទ form ដែលយើងបានបំពេញតែវាអត់គ្រប់គ្រាន់ផ្លេចសញ្ញេបាទអានេះជាចំណុចសំខាន់ហើយជាពិសេសគឺឯកសារដែលចាំបាច់ mandatory document ដោយពាក់ព័ន្ធជាមួយនឹង audited report របាយការណ៍ហិរញ្ញវត្ថុពាក់ព័ន្ធបាទបើសិនយើងអត់ submit អីហ្នឹងវាអាចធ្វើឲ្យក្រសួងស្ថាប័នមួយចំនួនគាត់នឹង reject យើងចំណុចទី2គឺពាក់ព័ន្ធជាមួយនឹង non responsive bid នេះគឺដោយសារយើងអត់ឆ្លើយតបជាមួយនឹងតម្រូវការ specification ជាបច្ចេកទេសចំណុចទី3 unrealistic pricing កន្លែងនេះគឺដូចខ្ញុំជំរាបជូនអញ្ចឹងវាខ្ពស់ពេកវា high បាទហើយវាអាចមិនមែនត្រឹមតែ high ទេមិនខ្ពស់ទេវាអាចទាបខ្លាំងពេកអាចទាបជាង20ទៅ 30% អញ្ចឹងហើយធ្វើឲ្យខាងក្រសួងស្ថាប័នដែលជាអ្នកពីតម្លៃហ្នឹងគាត់នឹងពិនិត្យមើលហើយគាត់នឹង seek clarification ទៅយើងហើយបើសិនជាយើងអត់មាន justification ច្បាស់លាស់ទេអត់ strong ទេវាក៏ជាហេតុផលមួយដែលគេនឹង reject bid យើងបាទចំណុចទី4គឺអានេះយើងដឹងជាទូទៅចំណុចទី4គឺបញ្ហាបទពិសោធន៍កិច្ចការងារដែលយើងត្រូវដាក់ bid ត្រូវយើង sure ថាយើងមានបទពិសោធន៍ធ្វើកិច្ចការងារហ្នឹងបើថាយើងអត់មានសមត្ថភាពហាក់ប្រហែលឬក៏លើសហ្នឹងទេយើងអត់អាចជាប់ទេចំណុចទី5អាហ្នឹង automatic rejection តែម្ដងគឺការដែលយើង submit អត់ទាន់ពេលវេលាមានន័យថាខ្ញុំជំរាបជូនហ្នឹងតាម1នាទីទេគឺយើងធ្វើឲ្យយើងខាតពេលវេលាដែលយើងខំរៀបចំឯកសារតាំងពីដើមមកអញ្ចឹងព្យាយាមធ្វើម៉េចឲ្យ submit ទាន់ពេលបាទចំណុចទី6គឺពាក់ព័ន្ធជាមួយ JV document ដែលខ្ញុំបាន elaborate ខាងដើមហើយនឹងចំណុចចុងក្រោយគឺអត់បានខកខានអត់បានសញ្ញាទៅលើ bid form ឬក៏ធ្វើ power attorney អីជាដើមនឹងជា common mistake មួយដែលភាគច្រើនគេ reject bid យើងបាទនេះគឺជា final tip បាទសម្រាប់ការចូលរួមដេញថ្លៃឲ្យបានជោគជ័យមែនតើទៅ slide នេះហាក់បីដូចជារៀងដដែលបន្តិចក៏តែគ្រាន់ថាមួយជាយុទ្ធសាស្ត្ររបស់យើង slide ខាងដើមនេះជាយុទ្ធសាស្ត្រតែ slide នេះគ្រាន់តែជា reminder ទេអញ្ចឹងសំខាន់ទី1គឺការរៀបចំកាលណាយើងរៀបចំទាន់ពេលហើយយើងរៀបចំមុនគេ early អានឹងធ្វើយើងជោគជ័យយើងកុំឲ្យ rushing hour មានថាដល់ពេល last minute យើងចាប់ផ្ដើមទៅរៀបចំអានឹងគឺយើងខាតពេលវេលាបាទចំណុចទី2គឺយើងត្រូវមើលឯកសារឲ្យបានប្រយ័ត្នប្រយែង carefully បាទរាល់ឯកសារនៅក្នុងដែលជា instruction to bid bidder នេះគឺយើងត្រូវអានពិនិត្យមួយហើយក្នុងលក្ខខណ្ឌក៏អញ្ចឹងដែរត្រូវឲ្យច្បាស់ថាក្នុងលក្ខខណ្ឌមួយហ្នឹងគេចង់បានអីអញ្ចឹងចំណុចទី2នេះសំខាន់ចំណុចទី3គឺដូចខ្ញុំជំរាបជូនខាងដើមអញ្ចឹងគឺបើសិនជាយើងមានសំណួរអីដែលអត់ច្បាស់នៅពាក់ព័ន្ធជាមួយនឹងទាំងលក្ខខណ្ឌទាំងឯកសារក្នុង bid ហ្នឹងយើងគុំស្ទាក់ស្ទើរគឺត្រូវស្នើសុំ clarification បន្ទាន់ទៅក្រសួងស្ថាប័នបាទដែលពាក់ព័ន្ធនឹងការងារ bid ហ្នឹងសួរសំណួរគាត់ប៉ុន្តែធ្វើម៉េចឲ្យទាន់ពេលវេលាព្រោះជួនកាលសំណួរខ្លះយើងសួរហើយយើងត្រូវកែឯកសារ bid យើងឡើងវិញបាទចំណុចទី4ត្រូវមាន checklist ខ្លួនឯង checklist ថាតើអ្វីដែលគេចង់បាននៅក្នុងឯកសារនៅក្នុង bidding ឯកសារដេញថ្លៃនេះតើយើងបានបង្គ្រប់ឲ្យគេគ្រប់ចំណុចដែរអត់អញ្ចឹងយើងគួរតែមាន checklist មួយដើម្បីតាមពិនិត្យគេហៅថាគេហៅភាសានេះគេហៅ technical due diligence ណាមានថា verify ចុងក្រោយ validate ឯកសាររបស់ខ្លួនយើងឡើងវិញមុននឹងយើង submit ទៅបាទហើយចំណុចសំខាន់ចុងក្រោយគឺធ្វើម៉េចឲ្យយើង submit ទាន់ពេលវេលាមុន deadline បាទអញ្ចឹងខ្ញុំសូមបញ្ចប់ដោយការធ្វើបទបង្ហាញហើយសង្ឃឹមថាលោកស្រីបើសិនជាមានសំណួរអីសូមអាចសួរសំណួរបានបាទសូមអរគុណច្រើនបាទអរគុណ
បាទជាបឋមខ្ញុំសូមគោរពអង្គពិធីទាំងមូលទីគោរពហើយសូមអរគុណអាដាមចំពោះការធ្វើបទបង្ហាញដ៏មានអត្ថន័យហើយច្បាស់ក៏ប៉ុន្តែខ្ញុំមានជាសំណួរមួយក៏ដូចជា share នៅបទពិសោធន៍ដែលធ្វើកន្លងមកហើយយើងជួបប្រទះនៅបញ្ហាខ្លះតាក់ទងជាមួយនឹងការរៀបចំស្ពេចបាទខ្ញុំសូមណែនាំខ្លួនបន្តិចសូមទោសខ្ញុំឈ្មោះអ៊ូមករាមកពីក្រុមហ៊ុន B Scientific Instrument Co Ltd ដោយសារតាក់ទងជាមួយនឹង spec ហ្នឹងខ្ញុំបាទមានជា concern ត្រង់ថាទៅលើ tender ដែលមាន item ច្រើនដោយសារពេលខ្លះយើងទៅទិញឯកសារដេញថ្លៃទៅ tender ហ្នឹងមានឯកសារមាន list item ហ្នឹងច្រើនហើយយើងមានរយៈពេលខ្លីហើយឯកសារនោះជាឯកសារ PDF ស្រាប់ពេលដែលយើងទិញជា hard copy មកហើយបញ្ហាប្រឈមរបស់យើងគឺយើងមានការ late នៅក្នុងការ prepare spec ហ្នឹងយើងត្រូវវាយ spec ហ្នឹងឡើងវិញហើយវាមានបញ្ហាមួយទៀតត្រង់ថាពេលដែលយើងវាយវាស្អាត clean ហើយបានយើងធ្វើការធាក់តងបន្តទៅទៀតអញ្ចឹងហើយដំអញ្ចឹងហើយថាជាសំណូមពររបស់ខ្ញុំថាតើធ្វើយ៉ាងម៉េចឲ្យខាងគណៈកម្មការគាត់ជួយសម្រួលនៅក្នុងការ provide spec ដែលមាន item ច្រើន item tender ខ្លះវាមានដល់140 item ខ្លះមានដល់200 item អញ្ចឹងកន្លងមកដែលយើងជួបហ្នឹងគឺវាមានបញ្ហាប្រឈមឡើងហ្នឹងអាយដាមសូមអរគុណ
អរគុណអញ្ចឹងមែនតើអ្វីដែលខ្ញុំចាប់បានគឺការរៀបចំរបស់យើងទេបាទប៉ុន្តែខ្ញុំនឹងយកឱកាសនេះជាមួយខ្ញុំឆ្លៀតនឹងទៅចែកគ្នាជាមួយនឹងក្រសួងស្ថាប័នដែលជាអ្នករៀបចំឯកសារដេញថ្លៃហើយជាពិសេសរឿងទំនិញបាទចាំខ្ញុំបានភាគច្រើនគឺការងារទំនិញប៉ុន្តែបើតាមខ្ញុំយល់គឺពាក់ព័ន្ធជាមួយនឹងការងារសំណង់ civil គេមានតារាងរបស់គេហើយជា BOQ គឺគេមានតារាងពេលគេដាក់ឯកសារដេញថ្លៃទៅគេមានតារាងរបស់គេ item មួយយើងគ្រាន់តែបំពេញនៅក្នុងតារាងហ្នឹងប៉ុន្តែខ្ញុំនឹងcheck បន្ថែមទៀតជាមួយនឹងក្រសួងស្ថាប័នដែលជាពិសេសគឺពាក់ព័ន្ធជាមួយនឹង list item ច្រើនហ្នឹងប៉ុន្តែដូចខ្ញុំនិយាយជារួមអញ្ចឹងគឺយើងត្រូវតែរៀបចំ early ឲ្យទាន់ពេលរៀបចំមុនបើសិនតែយើងថាចូលរួមដេញថ្លៃហើយគឺយើងត្រូវចាប់ផ្ដើមយកឯកសារហ្នឹងយកមករៀបចំបាទបងសុគន្ធាមានអី
Thank you, Mr. Vatana, for response. I would like to add that about that. Normally, in the bidding document, we not share Word file because we are afraid that maybe someone correct the item. So we will be different. So normally when we sell it in PDF, avoid anyone to revise some item there. But normally in the spec, they have two columns. One is a requirement in the bidding document, and another one just put, you can write down comply or not comply or something like that in the another column. No need to retie again, because avoid any different in the item that are required by the procuring entity. So you will be failed if you write something wrong in there. So this, I just add that. Thank you.
បាទអរគុណច្រើនណាស់
Sir, yes, I would like to thank you for the presentation. It was very well presented. I have a question related to the budget. Is the project funded by ADB? Is in ARFP they put the maximum budget, but regarding project funded by World Bank, they don't put the budget in the ARFP. So for a consulting firm like Neras, it's very difficult to assess how could be the realistic budget we have to put. And on the evaluation, so some company dumps the price, and so it's not easy. Just want to ask this. Yes, with consultancy.
You want? Yeah.
So generally in World Bank procurement, the choice to declare the budget is left to the government. Okay, so we have two modes of publishing RFPs or RFPs, with budget or without budget. When in consultancy contract, when we are not publishing the budget, what we do publish is the resources required. Okay, so we would say, if it is a consultancy contract, that 300 person months are required. Okay, so we would give you an idea about how much inputs are required. So there will be key personnel, there will be list of resources required. Suppose it is a construction supervision contract, then we would give all key personnel required, depending, and also months, how many person months are required. So that is given to estimate the cost. And World Bank's approach is that we have to go by the market response. Okay, so when we go to the market, we say that this is the terms of reference, these are the key resources that we expect to be employed by the consultant, and then we would look for a response from the market. And we have some ways to find out if it is an abnormally low tender bid, ALB. So if it is abnormally low bid, irrespective of somebody trying to undercut your budget, we would reject them. So that's mainly done in large value contracts. So in all cases, we won't declare the budget. There is one particular method followed in consultancy, which is called FBS, fixed budget selection. Only in that we declare the budget upfront. Otherwise, we would let the market to tell us what is what. Thank you very much.
Key consultant Cambodia ខ្ញុំបានឃើញនៅក្នុងការដេញថ្លៃគម្រោងមួយចំនួនបច្ចុប្បន្ននេះគឺមាន issue invitation shortlisted firm ហ្នឹងគឺ individual ដោយអត់មានបានបង្ហាញ list shortlisted firm ទេដែលខុសពីមុនអាហ្នឹងគឺជា up to the government or World Bank អាចបញ្យល់ជា policy យ៉ាងម៉េចពីព្រោះចុងក្រោយទៅនៅពេលដែលយើងធ្វើ site visit dương cung ta đăng đài đang chẳng sủa càng bờ bánh rồi mới có lô ra tận ai trẻ bạn. Yes, I'm a consultant. Yes, yeah. For I think World Bank, ADB, I never see that. I think World Bank is issues invitation for shortlisted firm, just directly to individual consultant who is shortlisted.
We will have a session on World Bank procurement, which my colleague will be taking. But quickly, again, there are some methods where only one agency is shortlisted. So then you will not see who are the others who are participating. But in all other consultancy contract, whether it is QCBS, QBS, FBS, LCS, the shortlisted firms will be mentioned in the request for proposal. Okay, so if it is not there, then there is something problematic. So you need to let us know. Okay, if any particular ministry or any particular project is issuing a request for proposal without the shortlisted firms' names, that is not meeting our requirements. Okay, but I really doubt whether there is anyone following that, because our standard RFP letter includes that this invitation is issued to A, B, C, D, and we do it on an alphabetical order so that no one knows who is ranked 1, who is ranked 2.
Yeah, I just would like to mention specifically on the water security at the Moram. That's for me very new. But at the end we will find.
We will, yeah. So
we will find anyway all the shortlisted firms.
Yeah, particular project level issues we will not address today, because we need to go back, find out the details and then respond. So, but we will take note of your point. We'll talk to you. So Lataro, we will talk to him, find out the details and then respond.
Yes. So yeah, further clarify, as Khaled mentioned, that one method that the shortlist will only send to one firm, which is CQA, then the budget is below 300,000, and about that, then all shortlist should be sold in the RFP. As Khaled mentioned, if the large contract and then they not show the shortlist, please tell us. Yeah. But make sure that only one. If you bid for the assignment below 300,000, so shortlist will not show. Only one firm they send RFP. Yeah. So, thank you.
Bà sôm chơi bà miền sầm nô ấy tiết bà sôm chơi.
Cha trong sự nghiệp chúa, nhóm mua sổ ná, nhóm mọc bị khang công hôn advancing engineering consultant, cha nhóm trong số sầm nô tẹt tàu nâng để xa nhóm miền bắt bị sao lừa project muối để dương ban được túa, nhóm mà đăng thang khang sầm nô đang thời slide bị khangกระทรวงเศรษฐกิจหรือmà để xa việcแปะปนnâng ponจังให้บริษัทเดียสำนวนนี้ย่อมมีการปักปอลไอ้สมบัติเชียร์ไตรได้ซานี้คือเชียบัตรวิสาหได้เรื่องย่อมโดยท่าบ้านจุบจะแสดงอันนี้ก็ท่าได้จังฟาคอมเพลนได้ซานแจคือย่อมบ้านกำรองโตจมวยจมวยคือฟันในจะได้ ADB ให้เธอการจะมวยไม่ในได้ซาได้กระทรวงสถาบันมวยให้ทอมบัดด้ากำรองได้ฟันกำรองมวยนั่งยังมาดังกำรองเส้นเตียนบัดได้กำรองมวยนั่งคือยังมีVAT exemption มันจังให้จังnhóm trong vậy thang không niêm private sector nhưng cái thang bà sân này cầm rong nâng VAT exemption hay ban này thang thà ban rót đi thang MEF hay đang thà ban đại bẹp pon đại manage project nữa cứ quật cua tại việc thang trong vậy thang tranh lịch khách đôi gò quật đăng thang quật thở miên ตัวในตีจังเหล็กขัดนั่งมาเฟิร์มนั่งนำใบเฟิร์มนั่งคือมีนจังไทยกระดาษ tax exemption นั่งได้ใส่ยมเจเฟิร์มยมthời gianกระดาษนั่งนำใบโดยแท้เป็นยม issue มนยม issue invoice ได้ใส่ดับเป็นยม issue invoice มนดับบ้านกระดาษนั่งคือข้างปนแต่ได้ก็มาห่อหึงยมแท้ให้ได้กับเป็นนั่งคือยม issue invoice มนดับบ้าน tax exemption at the same time the substitution letter is supposed to be from the same stabban, right? So what should I do? You know, in that case, chẳng để tham bên cạnh này nắng cứ bên nắng để sao I cannot wait to issue the invoice, right? Until I get the exemption letter issue. So I had to like issue invoice first, and then I know that I had to deal with the tax department later, and then when that time came, you know, I was called by the tax department, like the CAN, and then they said, why you issue the invoice before you got the exemption letter? But like, you know, how do I respond in that case? Because I'm supposed to get that letter, you know, like, I don't know, it's supposed to be issued maybe prior to signing of the contract, right? Yeah, that was one thing, and then another thing was because that project was quite small, and then actually it went in as like I think as a like JV agreement, but like because I thought that it's a small project, like the amount was not that significant, and then I wasn't aware that later there would be like a tax implication. So by that time I learned that, you know, like JV agreement, it means that you need to register as a new entity at the tax department, like you have a new tax registration number, but I wasn't aware about that. So like I did just what the GDT called, it's not actually it's not a JV agreement, and then why? Yeah, it's supposed to be a JV. Why it's not JV? But like because that project was like VAT exempt, right? So I didn't understand like what implication it meant to the tax department, right? Because I will JV or not JV, I will not have to pay VAT to the tax department, right? And then why it matters? So I didn't understand that. So I'm not sure if yeah, these questions can be answered somehow. Thank you.
បាទអរគុណជារួមខ្ញុំចង់ជំរាបជូនថាបញ្ហារឿង project implementation issue តែងតែកើតមានហើយជាពិសេសពាក់ព័ន្ធនឹងពន្ធដារនឹងមិនមែនតែគម្រោងខាងបងទេមិនមែនតែពាក់ព័ន្ធជាមួយនឹងកិច្ចសន្យាមួយនោះទេជាអាចនឹងពាក់ព័ន្ធជាមួយនឹងការងារសំណង់ civil ជាពិសេសគឺ consulting service ប៉ុន្តែខ្ញុំចង់ជំរាបកន្លែងនៅទីនេះគឺចង់និយាយជាពីគោលការណ៍វិញជាគោលការណ៍គឺមានន័យថាបើសិនជាកិច្ចព្រមព្រៀងរវាងក្រសួងសេដ្ឋកិច្ចហិរញ្ញវត្ថុតំណាងឲ្យរដ្ឋាភិបាលជាមួយនឹងដៃគូហើយមានសរសេរច្បាស់ថាពន្ធជាបន្ទុករបស់រដ្ឋអានឹងមានន័យថាខាង government ជាអ្នក bear cost of taxes អញ្ចឹងមានថាកិច្ចសន្យាក្រោមកិច្ចព្រមព្រៀងហ្នឹងគឺត្រូវសរសេរច្បាស់ថាពន្ធជាបន្ទុករបស់រដ្ឋហើយបើសិនជាពន្ធជាបន្ទុករបស់រដ្ឋជាទូនាទីរបស់ EA ហើយនឹងក្រសួងសេដ្ឋកិច្ចហិរញ្ញវត្ថុត្រូវចាត់ចែងកិច្ចការងារហ្នឹងប៉ុន្តែទន្ទឹមហ្នឹងគឺយើងមិនមែនមានន័យថាបោះក្នុងនាមយើងជា contractor ក្នុងនាមយើងជាភាគីមួយនៅក្នុងជាភាគីមួយចុះកិច្ចសន្យាយើងត្រូវតាមដែរបន្ទាប់ពីចុះកិច្ចសន្យាហើយយើងនឹងតាក់ទងជាមួយនឹង EA សួរថាតើពេលណាយើងអាចបានលិខិតហ្នឹង exemption ហ្នឹងអញ្ចឹងមានថាយើងត្រូវស្ទុះស្ទាដែរមិនមែនមានថាយើងចុះកិច្ចសន្យាហើយយើងនៅស្ងៀមរហូតដល់ថ្ងៃយើងចេញ invoice ហើយទេយើងមានន័យថាយើងត្រូវតែធ្វើការជាមួយ EA ថាតើពេលណាដែលយើងអាចបានលិខិតហ្នឹងហើយពេលណាដែលយើងត្រូវស្នើទៅក្រសួងស្ថាប័នហ្នឹងក្រសួងស្ថាប័នគាត់នឹងធ្វើលិខិតផ្លូវការមកក្រសួងសេដ្ឋកិច្ចហិរញ្ញវត្ថុក្រសួងសេដ្ឋកិច្ចហិរញ្ញវត្ថុដែលមានអគ្គនាយកដ្ឋានសហប្រតិបត្តិការអន្តរជាតិគាត់នឹងធ្វើលិខិតមួយ សួរទៅខាងពន្ធដារដែរគាត់នៅឆ្លងយោបល់មួយពន្ធដារដែរមុនហ្នឹងផ្ញើលិខិតហ្នឹងទៅក្រសួងស្ថាប័នសម័យដែលជាអ្នកអនុវត្តគម្រោងអញ្ចឹងវាមាន internal process ច្រើនដែរវាប្រើពេលវេលាអញ្ចឹងអានេះខ្ញុំជំរាបជូនពីគោលការណ៍ប៉ុន្តែគ្រាន់ថាឫសគល់នៃបញ្ហាហ្នឹងរបៀបម៉េចប្រហែលជាយើងត្រូវចែកគ្នាខាងក្រៅសួរថាតើវា issue វាស្អីជាបញ្ហាអីគេមែនតើពិតប្រាកដ
ចាសូមអរគុណខ្ញុំសូមបញ្ជាក់ថាតាមពិតចុងក្រោយតែអត់អីទេចង់ថាចុងក្រោយយើងបានទទួល letter ហ្នឹងប៉ុន្តែដោយសារ nature នៃ project ហ្នឹងវាខ្លីវាតែ6ខែអញ្ចឹងចង់និយាយថាពេលមុំដល់ពេលបានទទួលលិខិតហ្នឹងគឺ project ហ្នឹងចង់ចប់បាត់ចាវាចាយូរអញ្ចឹងហើយយើងត្រូវ follow up ខ្លួនឯងអញ្ចឹងចាអរគុណ
បាទខ្ញុំគិតថាដូចដល់វេនបងត្រូវធ្វើបទបង្ហាញបន្តណាព្រោះយើងបានទទួលសំណួរច្រើនហើយ
បាទអរគុណណាស់
We have a question from online participant. Okay, we have a question from our online. Mr. Jebu Nasa Lovely from Sweden. From Sweden, and his question is that if we are unsuccessful in any project proposal, where can we find a detailed evaluation to pinpoint our weakness? I would like to answer on behalf of Watana. Actually, in the bidding document, we mentioned in the instruction to bidder or to consultant. At the last article, we will have some debrief, and debrief should be, we have form in SOP. We mentioned about who will win and who fail and the reason of failing. So you can access that information from the project website of that procuring entity. Right. And if you not clear, you can request EA to clarify. Chito want to add?
Yeah. Addition to that, also we recently received the debriefing request from the losing consultant, and I realized for ADB regulation, in case of the EOI, maybe because of the so many 20-30 number of the EOI were submitted, so for the EOI cases, it is no obligation to do the debriefing, but in case after shortlisted, we have obligation to do the debriefing after the all selection were completed, based on the request from the losing consultant. We have obligation to do the debriefing. At that time, we may explain what is the basis of the losing or winning or such explanation. Yeah, thank you.
One point from the bank perspective, similarly, for very low value cases, there are no obligation to give a debrief. But if it is high value cases, then there is something called standstill period. Okay, before a contract is awarded, after the completion of the selection, there will be something issued named notification of intent to award. So we will say that firm A is selected, and a 10 days notice will be issued to them and the others who have participated in the bidding, stating why they are not selected. Okay, so the reason for non-selection or the reason for selection would be mentioned in that notification for intention to award. During those 10 days time, which is called standstill period, the unsuccessful bidders can ask for debrief and then also file a complaint. Now, if you are not satisfied with the debrief, why you are not selected, you can file a complaint. Again, there are certain timelines. You have to do that in 5 days time. Okay, if you are not satisfied. And in every bidding document that is issued following the World Bank procurement, you would also find a section where you can directly approach World Bank with a complaint. Okay, ideally you should send your complaint to the procurement entity which is initiating the procurement, but you can also send a complaint. There is a email address which is mentioned in every bidding document. So that's how complaint management is done. Okay.
Hi everybody, thanks for the detailed reply. This is just a continuation of the same question where EOI submission happens and the RFP is issued to different qualified bidders, but there is no public information available to the bidders or the EOI submitted which have not been qualified. And as per the evaluation law and the procurement guidelines, we cannot approach the client and ask them what's the position of the project. So then the consultant or a contractor is always in a limbo whether he is qualified or not qualified. So why don't the funding agencies take an initiative to ensure that at least the information is conveyed that okay, you are not shortlisted, no problem. But then that helps the planning for the next bids and next EOIs to be submitted or not submitted, because it's not that you will go and submit 100 EOIs and wait for 2 or 3 to come, right? So from that planning perspective, it would be good to take initiatives where you can just send in a notification to bidders or put it on a website that okay, you are not qualified. So that should be fine.
We will take that suggestion on board and discuss with our management. But as Chitoshi has mentioned, it's large number of EOIs which every project receives. So you have seen something like more than 100 projects are implemented in Cambodia itself, and think of World Bank doing it in 123 countries and 69, 70 countries in ADB, and so many projects. So the volume is very high. So that's why it is not included. But very good suggestion. We will take on board and we'll consider it and see what can be done.
Yeah, because we as consultant or contractors, we also include our resources, and the resources
Absolutely.
are already planned for it.
Yeah.
So then the planning can happen in a
We
better
value it. We value the comment. We'll go back and consult. And you have a very active MEF in Cambodia. So
yes.
Where on fingertips they have all the details. So we will work on some tracking systems and try to do that. Thank you. I think
I would like to add that I think the reason that we could not show for EOI fail during EOI evaluation is not pass and fails. So the committee will put the experience from the number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and if you not in shortlist, not because of your firm is weak, but maybe you lack experience than other one. So there's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, something like that, and you maybe 7, 8, 19. So it's not your weak, but you maybe lack experience than other. So that's why it's difficult to find the reason why you fail for EOI. Thank you. So I give to MC.
សូមអរគុណដល់លោកស្រីដែលបានធ្វើការចោទជាសំណួរជាច្រើនហើយក៏សូមអរគុណដល់វិក្កាមកិត្តិយសលោកវឌ្ឍនៈសម្រាប់បទបង្ហាញយ៉ាងក្បោះក្បាយនិងប្រកបដោយខ្លឹមសារសម្រាប់កិច្ចបន្ទាប់នេះខ្ញុំសូមគោរពអញ្ជើញលោកសុកសុគន្ធាមន្ត្រីផ្នែករដ្ឋកម្មនៃ ADB និងលោកឈីតូសូមអញ្ជើញធ្វើបទបង្ហាញសូមគោរពអញ្ជើញ
Please show presentation.
So thank you very much, and we are very happy to from morning very exciting session and so many questions, totally different from last year's Luang Prabang business opportunity fair. We are very much happy to have such a discussion with you. So first 7 slide, I will try to explain that ADB's introduction and regionally what kind of procurement opportunity is there. So by the way, my name is Chitoshi Izumi, and outposting in the Bangkok as a procurement focal for the regionally Thailand, Cambodia, Laos, Vietnam, and Myanmar, 5 countries, similar to our colleague college. So that's why today we a bit to expand the explanation to the regional opportunity. By the way, ADB have a 69 member country, and green area is a regional of the Asian and the Pacific. Starting from the west side is Georgia, Armenia, Azerbaijan, and Central West and South Asia, and Southeast Asia, and until the Pacific. This is the region of the ADB's activity. Okay, and just may I know that you already have experience or already doing the ADB or World Bank project, consultant or construction or whatever? Could you kindly raise your hand? ADB World Bank. Oh, I see, I see. Only 20%. So still many majority is no experience looks like. So basically our sovereign project have 2 types. Left side is a loan and grant. Right side is a technical assistance. So quite difference. Loan and grant are the provided and managing by the government side. So that's why, so procurement shall be done by the government, and the evaluation will do by the government, and the ADB will oversight whether this government procurement and the contract management is properly based on our policy and regulation. This is the left side. And when we come to the technical assistance, mainly for the consultant, and also consultant service with some furniture or goods procurement, this one is under the TA and provided by the ADB, and procurement by the ADB, and management by the ADB. This is just last year the record of our overall procurement. Around 8 billion is ADB's procurement value, and you can see under this we have a goods, works, consulting service, and other services, and the majority 70% is works is governing, and the others is goods, consulting, and other services will align. If we see the sector basis, still transport is more than half, and urban water and agriculture, energy will come, and this is a bit different tendency compared with our Cambodia or Laos or Vietnam. And I believe this large volume of the transport is a mega project in the India or Bangladesh or Pakistan, such area. We have a very huge transport project. And now we back to our region. And this is just a summary of the upcoming ADB project for 2025 to 2027. And you can see the amount is similar for 3 countries, Thailand, Vietnam, Cambodia. We have 1.7 billion, 1.4 billion, 1.3 billion. And as I say, the sector, if we see the Cambodia, urban water and agriculture is a major field. and maybe transport or energy or public will come next. But want to say is a certain project is there, not only the Cambodia, but also Thailand, Vietnam, and Laos. So very you are adjacent to country, still have a many demand of the project. And I cannot go so much detail for this pipeline for 3 years, but anyway, as I explained, the left column showing the AFNRD is agriculture, ENE is energy, transport, urban water, and HSD is health. So those projects we have in the region of the Cambodia, Laos, Thailand, and Vietnam. This is just I pick up the statistics of the area for this 5 years, 2021 to 2025, for grant, loan, and TA, works, goods, and consulting services. This 4 countries contractor, Lao contractor, Thailand contractor, Vietnamese contractor, Cambodia contractor, they are working which area. So we can see the Vietnam, Cambodia, Philippines, and Laos. So of course, this contractor is working in the region, but especially Vietnam looks like, how can I say, popular to work by the contractor, not only the Vietnam contractor, but when and demand have a 1.8 billion. But when we see the Cambodia contractor, this is a Cambodia contractor, not Lao contractor. Cambodia contractor, if I concentrate, we can see Cambodia contractor is working in Cambodia, amount of the 500 million. So I can conclude, still, our Cambodian contractor is domestically working in Cambodia. So today we want to encourage, please consider to more to expand your business into the region because we have a demand. So I'll pass to the Skontia for more detail to the Cambodia portfolio and the pipeline and what kind of detailed business is there.
Thank you, Chito. Chito already showed you the headquarter, ADB headquarter in Manila. But now I show ADB Cambodia office in Cambodia. This building, we have good coffee, so you can visit our office. So test very good coffee. I invite Kalesh many times, but he did not go. Even we have closed office, maybe next time. Actually, I think Excellency, Mr. Watana already mentioned that we have active project about 27 and around 60 loan and grant in Cambodia. This one. Oh, sorry. And like Chito mentioned, in Cambodia we have agriculture large proportion than other sector. After that, water, urban water, and sanitation. We have the second large amount in Cambodia also. And we have this one, the pipeline from 2024 to 2021. A little bit different from Chito mentioned. He mentioned 2025 to 2027. But I put 2024 because the project approved in 2024 also still have some remaining procurement until now. We still have more procurement. This one number of project that approved in 2024, and we still have a lot of procurement here. So you can access those projects. You will see a lot of procurement transaction still ongoing. And this one, pipeline 2025. The black figure is planned, but the red one is real. Plan, for example, the first one, Cambodia Rapid Immunization Support Project, plan 35,000, but real signature, real sign, loan, about 40 million, something like that. And for the second one, ADB already approved, but we plan to sign maybe in December, maybe tomorrow or before end of the year. So although this one for 2025, I think we still have 2 projects will be signed maybe this month before end of the year. The second one and also maybe third one. And for 2026, we still have 5 pipelines. They cost about 335 million, and we will process next year. For the project that approved 2025, sure, we still not effective yet. Maybe we start 2026, and a lot of procurement will be there, including consultant, civil work, GOAT, and non-consulting services. And this one also pipeline for 2027. We have around more than 553 million dollars. So total around 1.6 billion for ADB portfolio. Like Mr. Watana mentioned earlier, the total DP portfolio around 10.4 million, but ADB almost 2.4 million. So we have 20% of DP support to Cambodia. Maybe ADB the first DP in Cambodia. This one, Chito already mentioned that we have some percentage of each sector. So why we want to participate in procurement for ADB? I think the same World Bank. Funds are ready available. We have a lot of fund and easy to spend, but a little bit delay sometimes, maybe because of transaction or something like that. And we have internally accept procurement principle and also financial management procedure in place. And also we have fair and equal treatment for all bidders. We have advertisement period sufficient for bidder, supplier to prepare bid. Depend on the threshold. For OCB with national or OCB with international advertisement, we have enough period for that. And for complex procurement package, we also have longer period for preparation bid. So we have fair and equal treatment for all bidders. And like our colleague mentioned earlier, we also have some complaint mechanism for any bidder or supplier want to raise issues. We can correct our mistake during the past implementation. And we have also safeguard or transparency mechanism also. Where we find opportunity, I think we have a lot of digital system for all people to access for any opportunity. For example, like consultant, we have a consulting management system. So all consultants can register to be a member of CMS. Any announcement under ADB funded project will alert to you. So please be ready to be a member of CMS. I think in the near future, even we will establish another system to allow maybe contractor or supplier to be registered, something like that. But now we still improve our system. This some link that you can access ADB document. If you want to have a good supplier, contractor, or bidder that can prepare a good proposal, you need to understand our procedure, understand our bidding document. Then you will have prepare a good proposal. So please access this one, and if you have any doubt or question or something like that, just let us know. We can clarify for more understand on our procedure. This one have a link to ADB and Cambodia website, link to ADB Business Center, and also you can link to project and tender. And in project and tender, we also have all procurement plan public online. As you know that ADB procurement plan, we have active procurement, and we have also package that already awarded or pending, something like that. We have a lot of section in the procurement plan. So please access that one and be ready to join with the ADB procurement process. So how to go about our procurement? So our procurement will have good work, non-consulting services, and consulting services, which I think that Mr. Watana already explained very detailed and precise during the previous presentation. For good and work, Mr. Watana already lists down some tips that you need to know how to prepare a good bidding document, which I also have some few one in addition to Mr. Watana. For example, check eligibility, obtain bidding document. When you obtain bidding document, it's not just obtain and not read. Please read, especially instruction to bidder, or for consultant, instruction to consultant. Please read detail all section, all article, how to prepare bid proposal. Don't miss that one. But yeah, and like seek clarification if you don't understand on bidding document. But like Mr. Watana mentioned, some bidder maybe seek clarification just very short to submission deadline. And in the bidding document or request for proposal, we limit 2 weeks before submission. So if you submit beyond that one, you will not receive any explain from EA. So please, when you get bidding document, for example, OCB with national advertisement, we have 30 days for advertisement. So when you read just few days, if you have question, just ask the procuring entity immediately, not wait until close to the submission. And you should find a good and experienced people who know how to prepare bid proposal. Don't use unexperienced people, otherwise your proposal will be failed because of lack of information. And pre-bid meeting also very important. Please join that. For complex procurement package, normally procuring entities will have an option for pre-bid meeting. So you should join that and read detail on bidding document. Any question, raise to them. Because if you understand well on bidding document, you will have an idea to prepare a good proposal, and you will have a high percentage to win the bid. As you know that now, ADB and World Bank and other will apply MPC, merit point criteria. So also very important that you understand. Our colleague Chito will explain detail on MPC this afternoon. So you will know how to have a new idea from ADB. Prepare bid, attend bid opening. Like what Nat said, please don't late in submission of bid. Otherwise you will be failed. Like I mentioned earlier, for consultant, please register consulting management system to be a member of that. And update profile in Siem from time to time every year. And prepare good, submit expression of interest. Like I explained earlier, sometimes you fail, you not be in a shortlist, not because of your weak or you have any weakness in sometimes maybe weakness of prepare EOI, but sometimes not because that, because of we select only 5 or 6 most experienced firm. So maybe another firm, maybe they have more than you, something like that, maybe. But sometimes I got complaint from firm also, oh, I am so strong, why I'm not in solid? But sometimes maybe they based on committee evaluation and based on qualification in the term of reference. So maybe they based on that, so maybe the scoring and they have a committee member decide to select the good and qualified shortlist firm. Okay, this one tip for the preparation of bid proposal. One is please understand the bid landscape. You understand what the procuring entity they want. They want what type of civil work, what type of good, what type of consultant, something like that. You should understand well. Key player in the bidding process. Who is key player? Maybe Line B3, MEF, or ADB, or World Bank, something like that. You should understand the key player. Understand the request for proposal. Like I said, when you receive the request for proposal or bidding document, please read it very detailed. I understand that. And summary excellent. You prepare executive summary very good to attract the committee to select you to be in shortlist or something like that. Careful review qualification and evaluation criteria, very important. In bidding document, we'll have a lot of qualification, for example, annual turnover or contract experience. Please work on that. And please find evidence to show them. For example, they need, you have 2 contracts, more than 1 million, for example. So please have that contract, have copy or something like that to show committee that you have full experience in according to require qualification in bidding document. Please to be ensured that. So you have to read bidding document. If you don't understand bidding document, please seek clarification. Ask them. And one important also that I think that in Cambodia some firm or contractor they have this. It's visit the project site. Some contractor maybe they don't visit the site. For example, they build a road in Kampong Chanang. They did not go there. They don't know the road condition to the site. They don't know situation. For example, they build lateral road. They don't know wherever they have a lateral field in the field, something like that. So please go to the site and look around whether you have everything for fulfill the requirement in bidding document. But don't forget your own expense. ADB or World Bank or MF will not pay for you. Bid preparation, please amount, validity, and tax. Bid security in bid security should be follow the standard in bidding document, not change. Don't change, don't anything. Why you may fail. And power attorney should have letter intent for from joint venture should have also. And sign on bid form, but they're not mentioned here. And discount should be inside the bidding envelope. You cannot put separately discount letter, because I think back on last 15 years, when bid opening start, and one bidder they feel that my my bid amount may be higher than other. So he just take discount paper from the bank. Oh, I have discount 15% because they want to make their price down. But now we have restrict the discount offer should be in the bid proposal, not in separate envelope. If you put it separate, they will not accept. We also have a statement of article conduct and fraud and corruption. Please sign that to be sure that you will follow that all article conduct. For bid opening and process, be on time, like Mr. Watana mentioned. Don't because I'm traffic jam or whatever. And during bid opening, we will have read our bid price, everything, open all envelope. If you can, but you cannot complain during that one, because during bid opening, committee not yet decide which one is will win. I know that some firm or contractor, they complain to us, oh, why that ministry they avert to that one, firm A or firm B, something like that. Just bid opening, we don't know, because we need to have a check the bid detail evaluation or preliminary examination, something like that. So we have a long process to be ensured that at the end we have a good qualified and responsive bidder and contractor. So during bid opening, just minute and we don't know who will win. Even someone lowest, not sure whether that contractor will win. Be aware of possible extension. So this one meaning that sometimes because of committee busy, or sometimes we have a lot of bidding document submit, sometimes maybe delay of evaluation process. So we'll have extension bid validity. So when procuring entity request you to extend bid validity, please extend it. Otherwise, you will not continue for evaluation process. Non-responsive bid that I found normally in the bid evaluation process. No bid security is required. No bid scoring declaration. Sometimes in bidding document they mention bid scoring declaration. You submit bid security. Sometimes in bidding document you put bid security. You submit bid scoring declaration. So also fail sometimes. Insufficient amount of bid security also maybe fail. Lack of supporting document, maybe you also fail. So please read carefully. Lack of experience, incomplete bid, expiration of extension of bid validity. Which means that when they request you extend bid validity, you did not participate, or maybe you delay to respond. So also maybe also absent of required document, maybe bid form not signed. Sometimes you forgot to sign, also possible to reject. And maybe also conflict of interest, maybe. And joint venture partner as bidder in another bid. Remember that you have only one proposal. So if you joint venture with another firm, you cannot joint venture with another one. Otherwise, we will conflict of interest. So be careful with that. And another one also very important, don't joint venture with sanctioned firm. I found that some firm, they joint venture with another firm, but that firm was sanctioned by ADB or World Bank. So also be careful with that also. Before they request you joint venture, please ask them, oh, did you DIBA or what? Otherwise you also fail because you join with the DIBA firm. Post-contract award, check with result. Like we had question whether we have debriefing or what. Please check that one. I think in connecting to ADB or maybe World Bank also, and SOP, we have the table to debrief who win and who not win, unsuccessful bidder or firm, and reason why they reject because of what. And that table should be posted on project website, or ADB also have a post on ADB website also. And the bidder has the right to request debriefing, but be careful. In according to our guideline, we not allowed procuring entity to respond any answer during bid evaluation process. So until contract award, then they will respond to you. So during bid evaluation process, you cannot say, oh, why I fail? Why I'm not pass? I'm the lowest bidder. Why I'm not the winning bidder? You cannot ask like that. Because during evaluation process is confidential. Why you know? So sometimes my question also, they complain to me, I said, why you know? Because committee did not leak, maybe you leak some information from the committee, why you know that you fail? So be careful that we or procuring entity could not answer during evaluation process until contract award or DP provide no option. So then they can respond to you, to your answer. Leader has the right to complain and on bidding document or anything. And if ADB found that after complaint, ADB found that if any irregularity in the event process, we will stop that one. We will not provide an option. We will investigate. And if related to conflict of interest or corruption or something like that, we cannot do that. We will forward the complaint to our AOI, anti-corruption committee, to investigate something like that. Depend on the case by case basis. During contract management, free flow, because in the bidding document, we mentioned that after you be awarded, you have to update program of work, or for consultant, you need to prepare institution report. So free flow that. And some contract, we also have contract management plan, free flow contract management plan, strictly. I think from 2026, depend on the complexity of contract, ADB will have template of contract management plan in the bidding document. So bidder or consultant need to prepare contract management plan and attach with bidding document, depend on the complexity of civil work contract. And discuss with employer if program work good maybe change because of unforeseen reason or force measure or something like that. Please consult with AA. And follow specification, drawing, design. Follow instruction from project manager in getting to the condition and contract. So I think that's it from me. Thank you. Any question? I hope that. Thank you.
យើងមានពេល5នាទីបាទសូមអញ្ជើញមានសំណួរអីបាទសូមអញ្ជើញ Introduce yourself.
My name is Andre Ban from NIRAS International Consulting. Yes, Sokonti, thank you for the presentation. I have a question that for the consultant service procured by the government, by ministry, some ministry has experience and some ministry has experience, and I understand they have to evaluate and based on the evaluation criteria, and then they need to send to ADB and to World Bank for approval. So my question is that also the bank are also evaluating themselves. How does it work? Can you approve the evaluation and the scoring? And yes, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Andre. Actually, when we receive any request for no objection with supporting document from the government, we will review that, but not very detailed on to verify, calculate 2.24, something like that. We will review based on the document. And normally, when we provide no option, we mention that based on information provided, we have no objection. Because when we review BR or evaluation report, we based on those document. If those document is okay, so we just provide no option. If something that have we done clear, we will send back to them. Something that, for example, they avert to firm A and we disagree, so we will send back to them, something like that. But not too detailed to proposal that bidder submit, because we don't have time to go to detail. We have only 5 days to provide no option, so we not go to detail for that. We need to based on their information. But in case that we provide no option and later on we found that information in the evaluation report is misrepresentation, something like that, so we will declare misprocurement. We not accept with that. Okay.
Yeah, I just want to add that like ADB or World Bank does not approve. Okay, we don't have an approval function. What we do is, as he rightly said, we issue something called no objection to proceed. Okay, so the responsibility lies with the procurement entity or the ministry. It's completely delegated, decentralized to those ministries. Now, as he again rightly said, based on the information provided, we review. So essentially it is a review of the process is followed well. If there is an evaluation mentioned, we will look at the evaluation report and see whether the same criteria which was announced in the bid is followed. Okay, but we are not looking at the bids or the CVs or the proposals when we are issuing our no objection. Okay, and so see the process is evaluation is done by the client, the employer or the main agency, and then they will declare the result to you, the participating bidders. If at that point they have a question, they can reach up to the employer, and if you are not satisfied with the answer, then you can file a complaint. So that it's a dotted line link with funding agencies. Okay, we don't have a direct link with the procurement process. I just wanted to clarify that. But we do have an oversight responsibility. And for World Bank, the whole rationale or the legal context is that there is an article in our association which says the proceeds from a World Bank loan or credit is used for intended purposes. So that's the regulatory right we have to do this no objection review. Okay, just wanted to clarify. Any other questions?
Thank you, Kalesh.
Again, the key consultant Cambodia, some Mitanarat. ខ្ញុំចង់សួរសំណួរមួយនៅក្នុងពាក់ព័ន្ធជាមួយនឹង financial opening ពេលដែល financial opening គឺខាង client invite ក្រុមហ៊ុនឲ្យចូលរួមហើយក្រុមហ៊ុនគាត់បានឆ្លើយតបថាគាត់នឹងចូលរួម authorized person ដែលអាចមានសិទ្ធិក្នុងការសម្រេចចូលរួមប៉ុន្តែដល់ការពិតពេលដែលបើកហ្នឹងគឺគាត់អត់បានចូលរួមដោយគ្មានមូលហេតុដែលនៅក្នុងពេលដែលយើង open financial ហ្នឹងខ្ញុំមាន case មួយដែលក្រុមហ៊ុនដែលគាត់មិនបានចូលរួមហ្នឹងបើមកគាត់ថោកជាងគេហើយគាត់ឈ្នះអញ្ចឹងខ្ញុំអត់ដឹងថាតើមានបញ្ហាទេអាចមានបញ្ហាទេឬមួយក៏ត្រូវ procedure ទៅតាម procedure របស់ ADB បើសិនតែយើងបើក financial គាត់ confirm ថាគាត់មកប៉ុន្តែគាត់អត់មក
I think in the bidding document or request for proposal, we encourage bidder to join bid opening or technical or financial. But just encourage. If you don't join, no problem. Committee still continue to open. but evaluate based on that opening session. So.
Yeah, as he said, this is not mandatory or must cases. Important thing is if you join bid opening ceremony, bid opening, there is an announcement of how much is company A, how much is company B, and also company A have how much discount, company B is no discount, and so on. These things is all recorded and signed. So important thing is if you join such an opening, and if there is some item, you can raise, oh sorry, I have a discount, but you never announced. Please check again. And maybe that you can find the proper discount item and properly record it in the bid opening record and properly signed. So the purpose of the attending the bid opening is just to confirm properly that announcement and record it is done or not. So even if you don't join this bid opening ceremony, it never, how can I say, impact to your evaluation or something. It's up to you.
No, that's okay. You clarify.
So please, I think that this is the good time for you to ask question. If you have any question or not clear for clarification, please.
Yeah, so I have another question that because that the participants don't have too much question. I just want to come back that the procurement that is also that for ADB or World Bank that cannot evaluate only review the document in Manila or Washington, but also in the country where you are. So just mention that. On the evaluation sheet of the proposal, there are a lot of score about the CV. 700 points of 1,000 it goes to the CV, but the methodology is only 40 points of 1,000. The methodology is most important document. Is that the understanding of the project, how do you implement the project. So the scoring should be higher than expert in CV. I mean, this I understand this is a basic document on evaluation, but this has been for 10 years. It's for the CV, yes. No, it's I can show you here. The methodology is 40 points, and the CV 700 points.
The approach and methodology is 200 points.
Yes, but the methodology is 40 points.
Out of that,
yes.
Out of that, see, because understanding of objectives, quality of methodology, innovativeness, work program, personal schedule. Work program, personal schedule, these are all part of the approach and methodology. So approach and methodology as a category has 200 points. Qualification, past experience has 100. And then personal areas of expertise is 700, out of which international is, so it's not 40 versus 700, it is 200 versus 700.
Yes, but we spend most of the time on the methodology. I mean, the command of TOR should be less than methodology. But anyway, for you
methodology is one sub-criteria
yes,
under the approach and methodology.
But
200.
during the bid preparation, we spend most of the time on the methodology. And it has 40 page, 50 page sometimes.
Yeah, so each of these criteria is generally based on the specific terms of reference, and we have a guideline which says maximum 10% for past experience. Okay, because the shortlisting is mainly done on the basis of past experience, so only 10%. then we say 30 to 40% maximum for methodology, work program, approach, innovation, everything together, up to 40%. Okay, so 40 plus 10, 50 gone. Then we give 50% to 50 to 70% can be for CVs, key personnel. For a consultancy contract, it is mainly what we are buying is the expertise. Okay, the knowledge that is brought in by the people, the consultants. So that is always given a higher weightage. So if you are giving 70% weightage for the methodology, CV, then obviously out of 100, the others will get less mark. Now in this particular case, they have made it out of 1000, not out of 100. That's why you see 700 given for the personnel, 200 given for methodology, 100 given for experience. So it adds together to 100. Okay, 1000. 700 plus 200 plus 100.
Yes, thank you for clarification. But I'm talking from the firm on the preparation of the bid. We spend a lot of time on the methodology, more than the CV.
Okay, so that's your respect your perspective, but for the government, okay, more than what is written in methodology, who is delivering that is more important. Who is delivering the project or the contract is more important. So more weightage is given on that. Okay, so that's why it is it's a little squeezed towards the person.
So yeah, I think in OIP they show the scoring, like the methodology, how much, the experience how much, and the CV how much. So if the government provide weight to the CV, so more score on CV, you should provide the best a person to for the assignment, so you may win. Don't spend much time on the category who provide lower score. So that the suggestion. Then you may focus on the criteria who provide more weight, because that the requirement from the project, from the government. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Carles and Lautaro. I just want to add, you know that if we want to success in the consulting assignment, who will do it? Expert. If you put poor expert, not qualified expert, the consultant implementation will be failed. So we refer to you to put strong expert to make sure that will be a success in consulting implementation. That's why we put 700 score for expert. This one just short. Thank you. So I just give back to our MC. Oh, yeah. Your amazing.
សូមអរគុណដល់វាគ្មិនកិត្តិយសសម្រាប់បទបង្ហាញជាកិច្ចបន្តមុននឹងបន្តនៅបទបង្ហាញបន្ទាប់លោកស្រីអញ្ជើញសម្រាប់ចំនួន15នាទីសម្រាប់ពិសាហាសម្រន់សូមអរគុណ
Enjoy scholarship support while you study for a world-class degree. Secure your future with a scholarship.
ខ្ញុំធំឡើងខ្ញុំចង់ជួយអ្នកដទៃដូចជាម៉ាក់របស់ខ្ញុំម៉ាក់របស់ណាណាអីជាគ្រូពេទ្យមែនម៉ាក់មិនមែនជាអ្នកគ្រូពេទ្យផងខ្ញុំដឹងតែថាម៉ាក់មានពេលវេលាច្រើនសម្រាប់ណាណាម៉ាក់តែងតែមកយកណាណាតាន់មករាល់ថ្ងៃអត់ឲ្យខ្ញុំចាំយូរទេបើនិយាយពីអ៊ំពូមីងនៅក្នុងបុរីវិញគាត់ស្រឡាញ់រាប់អានម៉ាក់គ្រប់គ្នាចឹងហើយទៅណាណាមានមិត្តភក្តិថ្មីច្រើនហើយថ្ងៃមួយមានអ៊ំស្រីម្នាក់មករកម៉ាក់ហើយគាត់យំខ្លាំងណាស់គាត់និយាយអរគុណទៅម៉ាក់រហូតតែនឹងម៉ាក់ដូចជាវីរៈនារីដ៏អស្ចារ្យម្នាក់ចឹងម៉ាក់របស់ណាណាគឺជា
ភ្នាក់ងារធានារ៉ាប់រងអាយុជីវិតដែលខិតខំជួយអ៊ំពូមីងទទួលបានការការពារផ្នែកហិរញ្ញវត្ថុដែលពូគាត់ស័ក្តិសមនឹងទទួលបានជាអ្នកដែលជួយគ្រួសារពួកគាត់ ឲ្យមានការរៀបចំផែនការជីវិតសម្រាប់ហេតុការណ៍ដែលមិនបានព្រៀងទុកហើយអ្វីដែលសំខាន់ម៉ាក់ក៏ជាអ្នកដែលការពារណានានិងអនាគតរបស់ណានាផងដែរខ្លាចជាអ្នកថែរក្សាក្តីស្រឡាញ់ចូលរួមជាភ្នាក់ងារធានារ៉ាប់រងអាយុជីវិត Prudential ដើម្បីខ្លួនអ្នកនិងអនាគតរបស់ប្រជាជនកម្ពុជា
Wow ម៉ាក់ខ្ញុំពិតជាលុយមែនតើ
ស
안녕하세요. 셰프 김호윤입니다.
នាងខ្ញុំសូមជម្រាបជូនលោកស្រីសម្រាប់ឯកសារនិងរូបភាពលោកស្រីអាចធ្វើការ scan ទៅលើ QR code ដែលក្រុមការងារបានដាក់ជូននៅលើតុសម្រាប់បទបង្ហាញបន្តនេះខ្ញុំសូមគោរពអញ្ជើញលោក Latharo ជំនាញការចងខ្ពស់ផ្នែកលទ្ធកម្មនៃធនាគារពិភពលោកសូមអញ្ជើញធ្វើបទបង្ហាញសូមគោរពអញ្ជើញ
បាទខ្ញុំសូមជំរាបសួរអាចយើងជុំគ្នាយើងអាច start the English okay okay I can speak in Khmer let yeah ខ្ញុំឈ្មោះ Latharo ខ្ញុំជា senior procurement specialist based នៅភ្នំពេញហើយខ្ញុំធ្វើការមួយលោក Kales គាត់ based នៅ VCL នៅ5ប្រទេសដូចជីតូដែរបាទណាអញ្ចឹងខ្ញុំនឹងបង្ហាញជូនអំពី overview portfolio overview នៅប្រទេសកម្ពុជារបស់យើងបាទoverview របស់ World Bank Group យើងគឺ World Bank Group យើងឲ្យ loan ឬក៏ grant ទៅផ្នែក government ហើយខាងនឹងផ្នែកឯកជនដែរទៅជូន government ឯកជនបាទចំពោះ loan ឬ grant ទៅ government គឺយើងមានពីរប្រភេទគឺបានន័យថាមួយផ្ដល់ជូន grant ឬក៏ loan ទៅ middle income country ភាគច្រើនយើងឲ្យតែ loan ទេបាទហើយចំពោះ low income country គឺយើងផ្ដល់ជូនឲ្យដែលហៅកាត់ថា IDA អញ្ចឹងបាទ International Development Association អញ្ចឹង country របស់យើងនៅក្នុង IDA នៅឡើយទេកម្ពុជាយើងបាទហើយវិស័យឯកជនគឺខាង bank ផ្ដល់កម្ចីទៅដល់ foreign and local investor បាទហើយយើងមានផ្នែកមួយទៀតខាងដោះស្រាយចំនួនណារូបណាអញ្ចឹងបើមានចំនួនតាក់ទងនឹងវិស័យ investment អីគឺខាងនឹងគាត់ជួយដោះស្រាយចំនួនបាទហ្នឹង overall view ហើយខ្ញុំសូមទៅsummary portfolio របស់កម្ពុជាតើ World Bank មានការងារអីខ្លះចំនួន project ប្រមាណគឺយើងមាន active IPS project ហ្នឹងគឺមាន21បាទអញ្ចឹងចំនួនទឹកលុយសរុបហ្នឹងគឺ 1.61 billion បាទអញ្ចឹងជា overall ប្រហែលជា 16% អញ្ចឹងបាទទៅនឹងថវិកាទាំងមូលដែលក្រសួងសេដ្ឋកិច្ចហិរញ្ញវត្ថុលោក mention មកគឺ overall 10,000 លានហ្នឹងទាំង bank account ប្រហែលជា 16% បាទហើយយើងមាន two pipeline project អញ្ចឹង two pipeline ហ្នឹងមួយ road project មួយទៀត energy road project ហ្នឹងគឺថវិការបស់ road project 168 លានហើយថវិកាសម្រាប់energy ហ្នឹង120 លានអញ្ចឹង project ទាំងពីរហ្នឹងកំពុងតែរៀបចំហើយ road project ហ្នឹងគឺយើងទៅលឿនហើយគឺស្អែកហ្នឹងលោក Collector Mention ហ្នឹងយើងធ្វើ early market បាទអញ្ចឹងនៅក្នុង161.6 billion ហ្នឹងគឺការងារលទ្ធកម្មគឺយើងមាន 1.0 billion អញ្ចឹងបានន័យថាការងារលទ្ធកម្មមានលើសពី 50% ណាក្នុងនេះអញ្ចឹងណាបាទអញ្ចឹងច្រើនអញ្ចឹងឱកាសនៃការចូលរួមខាងក្រុមហ៊ុនខាងអីគឺច្រើនព្រោះការងារលទ្ធកម្មច្រើនបាទអញ្ចឹងយើងមានជួយលើគ្រប់sector ទាំងអស់មានអប់រំ agriculture health water បាទហើយទាំងអស់ហ្នឹងគឺហើយខាងអប់រំហើយនឹង health ហ្នឹងគឺ sector ហ្នឹងគឺថវិកាច្រើនជាងគេ 27% ហើយបន្ទាប់មកខាង water បាទហើយទី3គឺខាង transport 19% បាទ បាទ transfer ចុចចែបាទបាទអញ្ចឹងការងាររបស់លទ្ធកម្មរបស់យើងមាន work good service បាទហើយនឹងបាទអញ្ចឹងការងារ civil work ហ្នឹងគឺយើងមើលទៅគឺ 70% cover 70%នៃតម្លៃរបស់ procurement របស់យើង1 billion ហ្នឹងបាទ around 1 billion ការងារ civil work ហ្នឹងគឺ 70% ហើយប៉ុន្តែ value បាទនៃកញ្ចប់លទ្ធកម្មគឺតែ 25% ហើយបាទអញ្ចឹងកញ្ចប់លទ្ធកម្មនៅក្នុង World Bank Cambodia portfolio ហ្នឹងគឺមាន2100 ប្រហែល 2100 អញ្ចឹងណាអញ្ចឹង 25% នៃ 2100 វាប្រហែលជា500កញ្ចប់បាទហើយសម្រាប់ good គឺតម្លៃនៃ good ហ្នឹងគឺទឹកប្រាក់ហ្នឹងគឺ 14% ហើយបើគិតនឹងកញ្ចប់លទ្ធកម្មវិញគឺ 35% បាទហើយសម្រាប់ service គឺ 12% បាទហើយនឹងservice ហ្នឹងគឺបាន consultant service គឺ 12% ហើយទំហំនៃលទ្ធកម្មហ្នឹងបានន័យថាកញ្ចប់លទ្ធកម្មប្រហែលជា 8% នៃកញ្ចប់លទ្ធកម្មទាំងមូលសម្រាប់ individual consultant តម្លៃទឹកលុយតែ 4% ទេក្នុងនេះតែកញ្ចប់គឺច្រើនណា 32% បាននេះនៅក្នុង Cambodia portfolio របស់យើងហ្នឹងគឺការជ្រើសរើស individual consultant ហ្នឹងមានច្រើនអញ្ចឹងដើម្បីឲ្យ project implementation បានអញ្ចឹងគឺ 32% បាននៃចំនួន individual consultant ច្រើនណាស់បាទហើយក្នុងនេះយើងជំរាបជូនអំពីថាកញ្ចប់ទឹកលុយដែលក្រោម60000បានន័យលុយដែលក្រោម60000នេះគឺមានចំនួនទៅដល់ 48.2% បានន័យទំហំចំនួនកញ្ចប់ហ្នឹងគឺច្រើនបានន័យកញ្ចប់របស់យើងហ្នឹងការងារលទ្ធកម្មលើ shopping លើ quotation ហ្នឹងគឺច្រើនមានដល់តែ 48% បាទហើយកញ្ចប់ដែលមានទឹកលុយពី 60000 ទៅដល់ 20000 នេះមាន 32% ក៏ច្រើនដែរបាទហើយកញ្ចប់ដែលធំនិយាយរួមកញ្ចប់ដែលធំដូចជា good ឬក៏ work ហ្នឹងមានតែ 6.2% ទេបាទប៉ុន្តែកញ្ចប់ដែលធំហ្នឹងគឺចំនួន package តិចប៉ុន្តែទឹកលុយគឺយើងមើលចំនួនទឹកលុយគឺច្រើនអញ្ចឹងភាគច្រើនការងារ project ទាំងអស់គឺ refer ទៅលើ rely ទៅលើកញ្ចប់ធំបាទprocurement គឺ rely លើកញ្ចប់ធំកញ្ចប់ធំ procure ទៅបានរលូនបានឯ project ហ្នឹងដំណើរការទៅ implementation វាបានល្អបានជោគជ័យទៅតាម plan តែបើកញ្ចប់លទ្ធកម្មធំវាអត់បានជោគជ័យវា delay ធ្វើឲ្យ project ហ្នឹង delay ដែរ disbursement ក៏ delay ដែរបាទការចំណាយប្រាក់ក៏ delay បាទអញ្ចឹងដូចខ្ញុំជម្រាបជូនអញ្ចឹងគឺយើងមានទាំងអស់នៅក្នុងផែនការលទ្ធកម្មហ្នឹងគឺសរុប 2113 កញ្ចប់បាទហើយ12ខែចុងក្រោយនេះគឺសម្រាប់លទ្ធកម្មដែលលើសពី3លានឡើងគឺយើងបានចុះកិច្ចសន្យា11កុងត្រាហើយទឹកប្រាក់សរុបគឺ 500.65 លានបាទហើយកុងត្រាដែលកំពុងតែដេញថ្លៃហើយនឹង evaluation មាន22កញ្ចប់ហើយទឹកប្រាក់ហ្នឹងគឺ353លានបាទ353លានគឺកំពុងតែដេញថ្លៃនិងវាយតម្លៃបាទចឹងដូចនេះខ្ញុំជំរាបជូនបានន័យថាដូចជំរាបជូនខាងមុនហ្នឹងបានន័យថាការងារ civil work ហ្នឹងគឺច្រើនលើសលប់ជាងគេគឺ 72% good 14% ហើយនឹង consultant 14% អញ្ចឹងនៃ total amount របស់យើងប្រហែល 1 billion ហ្នឹងបាទអញ្ចឹង civil work យើងមានច្រើនបាទអញ្ចឹងនេះគឺជាកញ្ចប់ដែលនឹងត្រូវដេញថ្លៃណាបាទកញ្ចប់ដែលនឹងត្រូវដេញថ្លៃគឺយើងមានច្រើនកញ្ចប់ ចឹងយើងមាន list ចឹងបានន័យថាកញ្ចប់ដែលនឹងដេញថ្លៃគឺកញ្ចប់ធំគឺភាគច្រើនដែលយើងនឹងមានការដេញថ្លៃនេះគឺនៅខាង water sector បាទដូចទី1ហ្នឹងគឺយើង27លានចឹង water sector ក្នុងនេះគឺយើងដូចជាសរុបទៅ100លានជាងហើយចប់ sector ទាំងមូលហ្នឹងបាទយើងបូកទៅបាទចឹងកញ្ចប់ធំខ្ញុំយើងបាន list down ជូនហើយជាលោកលោកស្រីអាចមើលកញ្ចប់ហ្នឹងទៅ list ហ្នឹងទៅហើយជាឱកាសមួយសម្រាប់ត្រៀមខ្លួនចូលក្នុងការដេញថ្លៃបាទនេះដូចគ្នាចឹងដែរបាទសម្រាប់ការដេញថ្លៃ civil work ចឹងសម្រាប់ gold ក៏យើងមានដែរគឺសម្រាប់ gold ក៏យើងមានដែរគឺនៅខាង agriculture ហ្នឹងការដេញថ្លៃនឹងមានការដេញថ្លៃ2លានជាង2លានបន្ទាប់មកឲ្យលោកស្រីអាចមើល list ហ្នឹងទៅបាទជាកញ្ចប់ធំដែលយើង list down បាទសម្រាប់ consultant ក៏យើងមានដែរ consultant firm ចឹងការជ្រើសរើស consultant firm គឺ4លាននៅខាង water security project ខាង water sector បាទខាងនេះ2លានកន្លះហ្នឹងក៏ខាង water ដែរដូចជំរាបជូនហ្នឹងខាង water project កំពុងតែចាប់ផ្ដើម implementation អញ្ចឹង water sector អញ្ចឹងយើងមានកញ្ចប់លទ្ធកម្មច្រើនអញ្ចឹងការជ្រើសរើស consultant firm ការដេញថ្លៃ civil work ហើយទំនិញអីក៏មានច្រើនដែរបាទនេះយើង list down opportunity សម្រាប់ការងារ consultant ឲ្យលោកស្រីអាចជួយមើលទៅហើយមួយទៀតឲ្យលោកស្រីអាចចូល website របស់ project ដើម្បីគាត់នឹងគាត់អាច upload procurement plan ហើយឲ្យលោកស្រីអាចចូល World Bank internal website របស់ World Bank ហ្នឹងគឺយើងរាល់គ្រប់ផែនការលទ្ធកម្មទាំងអស់គឺយើង advertise នៅក្នុងហ្នឹងចូលនៅក្នុង website ហ្នឹងឲ្យលោកស្រីអាចឃើញថាតើការដេញថ្លៃចង់ដេញនៅប្រទេសណាក៏មានដែរហើយបើយើងចង់ដេញថ្លៃនៅប្រទេសកម្ពុជាយើងចូលនៅក្នុងប្រទេសកម្ពុជាហ្នឹងទៅបាទអញ្ចឹងoverview របស់ខ្ញុំ summary overview រឿង Cambodia portfolio ហើយខ្ញុំជូនprocurement program រឿង update procurement regulation លោក Kalesh អាច present ជូនបាទអរគុណច្រើនបាទ Kalesh you can do the rating criteria thank you
so I just wanted to mention, one of you were asking about the budget. Where will you find the budget for various consultancy contracts? So this is a little secret, okay? So a specific advertisement may not say what is the budget, but if you go to the project website or World Bank website, you will find the procurement plan for every project, okay? In the procurement plan, the budget is mentioned. Okay, so there could be some updation of the budget over a period of time, but mostly you will get the details from the plan. Okay, so now I'll take you through some of the changes that has happened in the last about 2 years' time. So in March 2025, there was an update to World Bank's procurement framework. And whenever there is an update, the procurement regulations which are applicable is a new edition is issued. So in March 25 there was an update, and again in September 2025 there was another update. So I'll talk about both. The main change in the March 2025 update is for international procurement, there is now a minimum weight for civil works and goods, which is minimum 50% should be on quality. Okay, so 50% weight should be on quality, even if it is goods or works contract for all international procurement. Then new standard procurement documents which needs these rated criteria is included as part of this March 2025 revisions. Then Okay, another key feature is early market engagement. Now, early market engagement is what I have mentioned when I was talking to you in the morning. Like tomorrow, there is an early market engagement happening in Phnom Penh, hybrid. You can join online or physically in the transport project which is coming up. So where we will share all the details of forthcoming procurement activities, take your feedback, you know, how they should set the evaluation criteria, whether there is adequate market in the Cambodia country itself. So all those exchanges happen through the early market engagement. Another important thing for you to note is, you know, earlier all our advertisement opportunities used to be published in UNDB, United Nations Development Business. There used to be a portal like that. Now UN has closed down that with effect from April. There is no more UNDB for advertisements. So what you have to do is, if you are interested in getting bidding opportunities notices, you have to go to World Bank website and register in the World Bank bidding opportunities page. So what you will get is, you know, when you register, you can say which countries you are interested, which sector you are interested, which category you are interested. If you are not interested in civil works, you can just say consultancy contract. If you are interested in only in works, then you can choose, you know, based on your area of interest and, you know, geographical preferences and things like that. So please do register in the World Bank apps for bidding opportunities, so that you will get alerts about whenever an opportunity comes up. Okay, so what is rated criteria? So rated criteria are designed to ensure that we don't use only the price for selecting a firm. We also use qualitative aspects in the selection of even contractors and suppliers of goods and equipment. So this was introduced in 2016 as a requirement or as an option for our borrowers, that is the government clients, to use when they want it. Though it was introduced in 2016, it was not mandatory. Okay, it became mandatory in 2023. So in 2023 September, we said now onwards all international procurement should use rated criteria. Then a few years or months later, from March 2025, we have said it is not just mandatory to use it, but the minimum weight should be 50%. So since March 2025, all procurement, goods, works, consultancy was anyway using that, above the international procurement limit, about $10 million, must use rated criteria with a minimum weight of 50%. Now, in whose interest is this done? What do you feel? Is it done for World Bank's interest, our client's interest, or bidders' interest? What do you feel? I mean, is it a good thing to introduce rated criteria? Yes, sir, please go ahead. Can I have the mic? Yeah, let's try to make it interactive.
Thanks for the opportunity. However, this rated criteria seems to be a very good and positive move in terms of competitiveness and also for the well-being of the project. Because if you go in the past history in terms of 2008, 2009, you would see a lot of projects which are still hanging. Absolutely. Only because of low pricing.
Yeah.
And that's where the bigger projects, mainly you had lower projects with consultancy which had weighted criteria, so good quality was there, but it never happened for major values.
Thank you very much.
This is
Thank
very
you
helpful.
very much. I think it is an excellent point. You know, in civil works contracts, we used to say that, you know, a bidder has to commit equipment. Okay, so construction equipment, you know, transportation equipment and things like that. And we had a major problem in one of the neighboring countries, that is Laos. In Laos, there were many large contracts of 30 million, 50 million or $25 million value. And when we were doing this evaluation, they would present, you know, oh, these are the equipment, we will bring in, these are the mixers, these are the trucks, these are the rollers, everything they will mention, but none of them would be there. Okay, most of them would be somewhere in Africa or in some other country being used. So what we have now said is, we give weightage of having ready to use equipment in country. So which means if the firm doesn't have it, they get a lesser score. Similarly, on many criteria, I mean, timeliness of past experience in completing civil works in time is now rated as a criteria. So as our friend was mentioning, there has been many contracts. So on an average, we have seen any civil work contracts awarded were taking more than 60% additional time to complete the work. Now, we have issued, using the rated criteria, in 2024 beginning, we have issued 3 OPBRC contracts in Lao. And there, because of using this criteria, we didn't take the lowest one. Okay, we have taken the technically qualified, a higher scoring firm, which costed about 7% more cost. But still, now that firm has a past experience of finishing it in time. So we could take that because we didn't use just price as the criteria. So there are benefits, and this is in the interest of the private sector. I mean, primarily I would say, if you are willing to offer better quality, now you have better chances of winning it. You know, 50% weightage on quality is a significant influencing factor on the final decision making. Okay, now how do we decide where should we place these projects and what should be the weightage we should offer? So this is something that we called Project Procurement Strategy Development, PPSD. So ADB call it Strategic Procurement Planning, SPP. So we call it PPSD. So when we start preparing for a project, we develop this PPSD, and in that we will identify these big value contracts, including very critical consultancy contract, and there we will decide, is it strategic critical, strategic security, tactical acquisition or tactical advantage. Now these are based on the cost and risk of vulnerability. Now what is risk of vulnerability? If that contract is not delivered, our project's objectives are not met. Okay, so that is the risk vulnerability. So those critical contracts are placed under different boxes, and depending upon this, we give the weightage. Okay, so there are some cases, so minimum is 50%, but there are cases like we have IT systems development project. You know, there is a customs software development project where 70% weight was given on quality. It's a non-consulting service, but still 70% was given. Traffic management system development. Quality is more important than the price at which those things come in. Okay, for using general rated criteria will have a subset of evaluation criteria, and it will be part of the whole evaluation approach. Rated criteria are qualitative and help measure differentiation of bids proposal. What does it mean is, we have 3 bids received. In a standard works contract, what we see is they should have X value annual turnover. Then we would say they should have done at least one contract of 80% value or 100% value. So we give these 2-3 basic qualification criteria, and then we used to say, if these agencies clear those criteria, then we will look only at the price. Now we change that. We will have included this above the minimum requirement. So the minimum requirement will continue to be there, but above the minimum. If there is a firm which has done 3 contracts of similar value, we will give more weightage to that. So it is the comparison between the 2 bids or all the bids that is going to make the decision when we are using rated criteria. Prioritized and focused on critical technical matters. As you have mentioned, There could be a situation where we will give 700 marks to the team or 300 marks to the methodology. I can tell you, in a country which may not be very interesting to you right now, we have just completed $149 million worth of bridge construction procurement. Okay, this is on the Songkhla River. Okay, your neighboring country. Okay, I know it is not a very good time to take the name of the country, but we have applied rated criteria, and in that 300 marks was only for environmental and social factors, because in that river there are 13 river dolphins, okay, which is an extinct category in the world. So protecting those river dolphins, 13 dolphins, is an important requirement in the construction methodology. If they are going into piling in river, okay, with heavy machinery, with a lot of sound and other factors influencing their habitat, then the dolphins will die. So the methodology, out of the overall methodology, 300 points were exclusively given on that. So depending upon the requirement, prioritized and focused on critical technical matters, weightage would be allocated, tailored to specific project needs, and when we use rated criteria, we will always use two envelope system. This is in World Bank methodology. If there is a rated criteria application, single stage, two envelope. In the first stage, we open only the technical proposal or bid, evaluate, score. There will be a minimum score for passing to the next stage. It could be 60, 70, 80, 50, anything can be decided. And only those bids which scored minimum pass mark in the technical stage would go to the next stage. So that is why it's a single stage, two envelope selection process, always in World Bank. When our colleague will start talking about the ADB methodology, they might give a little different interpretation of that. Okay, so what are the common things that we cover in this? We cover works methodology, extent technical proposal exceeds minimum requirements, credibility of related plans, risk assessments, proposed approaches to implement the contract, deliver environmental and social objectives. These are very important, and skilled personnel. And there could be a minimum score. We might say that of the total, only those who score a minimum of 60 will be considered for the next stage. We could also say that out of the different category, in a particular score, particular aspect, we need, like methodology. If methodology is very crucial, we could say only those who score minimum 70% in methodology will go to the next stage, irrespective of their scoring anything in the other area. But these are all decided based on the specific requirement. Now that was about the rated criteria. We have a lot of material on this aspect available in various forums. You have to visit the supplier website of World Bank. We will share the details today. In that you will get a lot of e-learning programs, presentations and literature on how to prepare your bids. And in the afternoon I also will be talking a little bit about how to find bidding opportunities. This is the other requirement which has come in from September 1st, 2025. Now as per this requirement, I have mentioned it. In every international civil works contracts that we award, the international bidder has to use minimum 30% of local labor. Now I don't think in Cambodia it's a major issue to have local labor participation, but we have Pacific Islands, where there are no local labor available. So there we are insisting for the development of the local economy, you have to find and use local labor. If local labor is not qualified, then they have to have programs for developing their skill and employing them. Now in Lao we have a particular problem. what happens is the labor in Lao, they prefer to work in Korea or Thailand, and then they get a lot of labor from Bangladesh and Myanmar. Okay, now that is, and there are some very famous projects or contracts in Lao where the entire labor force was imported from one country. Okay, now those kind of situations are not helpful for the local market, for the local government. So that's where this requirement has come in. One, the bidders allocate not less than 30% of the total labor cost under the contract to the employment of local labor. And second, if there is no local labor available, then they make a plan for developing skills. And if the second criteria is used, that will be a rated criteria, and again they will get points for that. These are about how it economically benefits the local economy, and World Bank has a commitment for creating more jobs, and it's only through creating more jobs we will be able to reach the prosperity levels that are expected. Okay, so this is something which I am repeating from what our colleague Sukandya has mentioned. Benefits of the new procurement framework for suppliers and contractors for you all. Much more focus on suppliers and contractors. Yes, all these quality aspects and your early market engagement, the debrief system, your ability to complain directly to World Bank, all these are supporting the private sector. How best to engage with you, how to motivate you, how to persuade you to bid on procurement. So when we do the supplier preference analysis as part of the project preparation, we look at what are all the factors that can incentivize your participation. Okay, so that's our objective, to get maximum participation from private sector. Opportunities for more dialogue and engagement. I said the case that I mentioned tomorrow, what's happening in Phnom Penh on the early market engagement. You can offer innovative solutions, more efficient procurement approaches in general, due to use of fit-for-purpose procurement approaches and methods. Now, depending upon the complexity and the value, we could make it national competitive, international competitive, direct selection. Any approach can be used. Then we also give hands-on implementation support to our borrowers. Like World Bank would appoint procurement experts to work with the borrowers if they don't have capacity in a new area or a new methodology. Handling of complaints. If you have a complaint and if you are sending it to us, the project will award that contract only after that complaint is resolved. Okay, so the moment you send a complaint to our that complaints email, it gets automatically sent to the task team leader and the procurement specialist. Both of them will get an alert that in this particular project in Cambodia, for this buying of this equipment, there is a complaint filed by someone. What they will do is, they will, without any delays, within 48 hours, they will forward it to the project director, seeking a clarification and requesting them to resolve it. Okay? Now the project director has to respond in 5 business days time. They will respond to you in 5 business days time, acknowledging your complaint and then trying to give you a clarification for it. Now before they issue a resolution, that complaint resolution will be reviewed by us. We have to give a no objection to that. So at that point, we will look into the complaint. If there is a problem in evaluating and giving higher score to someone else, we have done that. We will invite all proposals. Okay, we will call the proposals, we will review it, we will satisfy ourselves. I am not saying that every complainant will get a satisfactory answer as they want, but there will be a response which will be acceptable to World Bank. Okay, we would clear that, okay, fine, and then the client will respond to the bidder saying that this is the reason why you were not selected, this is closed, we are proceeding further. Okay, that's how we handle conflict. But you will get a response. And we have this standstill period to fix any problem before contract award. Support modern collaborative procurement practices. So that's what we are trying to do, and you know, with the efforts of World Bank, ADB and other international development organizations, a lot of these methodologies are also used by the countries in their procurement law, procurement rules, regulations and practices. That's it. If you have any queries, Lataro is happy to respond. I don't need to. Difficult ones, he will answer. I think it is close to lunch time, so yeah. Any queries? Any doubts?
អាចសួរបាទហើយបើឥឡូវអត់ទាន់សួរបាយហើយមានចម្ងល់ក៏នៅសួរទៀតបាទដែរ
You have the mic?
So, yeah, I'm speaking English. So I have a question related to this is more from MEF, Ministry of Economic and Finance, because we have experiments on 2 projects which are so procurement are done by the ministry, and we on the negotiation we have to first as international organization we have to register in Cambodia first. So this is new to us. Secondly, when we bid, when we make the financial proposal, we put a budget with they mentioned that you have to exclude the tax budget out of the price. Then when we won the project, we negotiate. Then we have to pay the withholding taxes of non-resident 14% and 15% for resident expert. We negotiate 3, 4, 6 months, and then at the end we have to pay the tax on the withholding tax on the expert. I think that this is quite a new regulation from MEF, so we have to mention clearly on the RFP that the firm has to register in Cambodia and has to pay withholding taxes for the expert. This is from my experience I want to share.
Okay, before MEF come in, then let me talk in general about what World Bank does on. See, the business registration requirements or taxation requirements applicable to an entity to operate in a country is decided by the country authorities. So MEF decides on that. So neither World Bank nor ADB will have any say on it. Okay, if there is a withholding tax on expatriates or in-country personnel, that is the operating environment in the country. So it may be 14% here, 7% in Bangladesh, okay, 15% in Vietnam. We don't interfere with that. What we do is, unless there is a tax exemption for ODA, Overseas Development Assistance funded projects, we pay tax also as part of the contract price. Okay, in our contracts. Now, why we ask you to mention tax separately is to ensure that we have an apple-to-apple comparison during evaluation. Okay, for evaluation, we do not consider tax. Why? One could be a Cambodia firm, which may have a different tax regime, and one may be an international firm, which may have a different tax implication. I don't know about the specific Cambodia situation, but there are countries where the withholding tax for expatriates is up to 30%. Okay, so if an international firm competes with a local firm, international firm will be at a disadvantage because they have to include 30% more in their price for the tax. So we remove tax when evaluating a proposal. But after the evaluation, your price should include all taxes, okay, withholding or tax deducted at source or you pay it on your own. That should be an additional element in the contract. And I think in Cambodia, that's how we do it. We have a price, remuneration, out-of-pocket expenses, reimbursable expenses, and then tax. So 3 items will be there. You can charge tax. And I do not understand why it should be a negotiation. There is no need for negotiating with the client. You can tell them that you asked me to quote without tax, whatever tax is over and above the price that I have quoted. You can say that.
So I understand that. I mean, typically we should separate the tax under the price, right? But on this particular cases, that we request for clarification, as I said, you have to include inside the price. The tax is not separated.
Okay, so if it is a World Bank project and World Bank standard procurement documents were used, this situation would not have come. Okay. It may be some other, and I'm sure even in ADB also these things are very clearly mentioned in the bidding document. Might be a government own budget. Is it from the government's own budget procurement or a foreign funded procurement? Which was that?
Yeah, it's procured by government.
Procurement by government. So then, yeah.
It's a loan project. But it should be clearly mentioned on RFP.
It should be mentioned on. I completely agree with you.
That was a misunderstanding.
So, if for any reason it is not mentioned, seek a clarification.
Yes,
okay. What is the tax status and tax implication on it if it is not mentioned? You want to add it?
Yes. ជាធម្មតានៅក្នុង OIP គេ mention អាច clarify ជាខ្មែរទៅហើយ register ហ្នឹងជាតម្រូវការអញ្ចឹងខាងនៅ World Bank Finance Project នៅពេលដែលយើងមុន award contract អញ្ចឹង government តម្រូវឲ្យយើងធ្វើ register ជាមួយនឹង government ជាចាំច្បាប់អញ្ចឹងយើងអាច avoid បានប៉ុន្តែមិនមែន register មុនការដេញថ្លៃទេគឺក្រោយដល់ពេលយើងបាន award contract យើងត្រូវ register បាទអញ្ចឹងខ្ញុំ understand that we mean problem long delay on registration procedure នឹងដែលមុនត្រូវការពេលយូរអញ្ចឹងយើងបាន inform issue នឹងជូនទៅខាង government ដែររឿង register requirement វាត្រូវការ take time អញ្ចឹងណា Thank you.
Some are called the victim get you, some rap but bang hang back by ne pragni. Hi, cannot ne, looks like and churn some rat the 13 and a half night drunk, the young and min crom gangy, chuchun looks right, the can't tang beside her punk die. Some are con.
upgrade your product photos, design logos for your brand, create banners for your YouTube channel, even make profile pictures. You can use AI to create all the graphics and branding for that new website you're building. In this course, you will learn all of this and so much more. This isn't just AI tips and tricks. It is a full blueprint to go from complete beginner to a master AI content creator in a matter of days without needing to buy any camera gear, hire actors, or purchase expensive editing software. Now, for those of you who want to turn your AI skills into a source of income and potentially quit an unfulfilling 9-to-5 job, we've got you covered as well. You'll learn the best beginner and advanced businesses that you can start with AI. And just think about it. Every skill
សូមស្វាគមន៍លោកលោកស្រីជាថ្មីម្ដងទៀតហើយសម្រាប់បទបង្ហាញនៅល្ងាចនេះនាងខ្ញុំសូមគោរពអញ្ជើញលោកឈីតូអ្នកសម្របសម្រួលផ្នែកលទ្ធកម្មនៃធនាគារអភិវឌ្ឍន៍អាស៊ីសូមអញ្ជើញធ្វើបទបង្ហាញសូមគោរពអញ្ជើញ
Yeah, good afternoon. So, yeah, let me explain the new procurement regulation, merit point criteria, local labor engagement. Such a new procurement approach, but unfortunately, my colleague Kalesh already explained the majority of the item before lunchtime. So, I'm very disappointing. He already explained the majority of my topics. But let to recap the contents. Firstly, let us compare what is the ADB procurement framework and the Cambodia side. ADB had such a pyramid-wise under the policy established 2017. We have a regulation and staff instruction and bidding document. Bidding document is a works, goods, plant, IT, etc. On the other hand, we understand the Cambodia side have a 2023 recently issued national procurement law and utilizing the SOP, Standard Operating Procedure 2019 version. Under them, there is another works good RFQ. This is a lineup. And recently, just now I say new procurement regulation. The name became the procurement directive. This new procurement regulation from 1st of January 2026. So just January next week, we will start this new scheme. So today, I will explain a bit this new scheme's content, but as I say, unfortunately, already Mr. Kalesh before lunch explained the majority of these items. And usually for this, in case of the open competitive bidding with the international advertisement, basically we'll go to the left side of the ADB's standard bidding document, and in case of the OCB national advertisement, we quite often use this Cambodia SOP SBD standard bidding document we will apply. And just recapping, for procurement policy, our top part is just economy, efficiency, fairness, transparency, quality, value for money. These 6 core principles we will apply, and for when we come to the regulation or procurement directive, new name from 2026, we have many items like procurement principle, fitness for purpose, eligibility issue, domestic industry, integrity, COI, conflict of interest, accountability, non-compliance complaint, APA, alternative procurement alternative arrangement, and e-procurement issue, procurement plan. These items with 83 pages we have in this new procurement regulation or a new name of the procurement directive. So what is the major changes? We are promoting more innovative and enhanced supplier bases. This one is as Kalesh also mentioned that early market engagement. We want to get more advanced information from the supplier side or contractor side, and as much as possible such a market response put into the bidding document or bidding procedure to elevate the quality, and more value for money scoring methodology or merit point criteria become mandatory for the international advertised bidding, and foster economic growth and local development. Again, in the same manner of the World Bank, we have a minimum local labor engagement in the new procurement directive, and sustainable procurement. This also we put the importance under the new procurement regulation. These things is we started, and a bit more detail. We can say that the scoring methodology become mandatory from January 2026, and also this sustainable procurement. We will put, for example, application of the green construction material, or maybe condition of the disposal. These sustainable condition, maybe up to 25%, we can put under the technical evaluation for the evaluation. And the local labor, World Bank mentioned by college that to the minimum 30% by the World Bank, and the ADB cases more aggressively, we are saying the more than 50%. More than 50% shall be governed by the local for the labor contents. And also after more than 50%, based on the some criteria, maybe 60%, 70% to 80%, more better score of the technical can be given to such a contractor. Okay, so as a summary, so far our methodology is upper side, so-called lowest evaluated to substantially responsive. So once qualification is passed, technically substantially responsible bidder. After that, we only compare the price, and always lowest bidder win. This is upper side. And for the new methodology, a new regulation for international advertisement bidding, after qualified bidder, qualified means the eligibility or some similar construction experience or financial capability. After that, we will score of the technical. Also, we will score for the financial, and then combine the highest two scores bidder will win. This is a merit point criteria. So I always set such a sample evaluation. This is a simple calculation methodology of the technical multiply weighting of the X%, and the price multiply weighting of the percentage of the price, and the comparison is bidder A is a high technical score, very excellent technical score, but a bit too expensive, 50 million, and bidder B technically a bit too poor but too cheaper. So under such a comparison, if we calculate following this formula, interestingly, bidder A, higher technical score with a bit too expensive bidder can win under this condition. So that's why always we explain more fit for purpose or more value for money, we are tend to evaluate from now on. And interestingly, a bit difference from the World Bank. So Kale should explain, under the World Bank condition, quality as minimum 50% must be put under the international bidding. Am I right? I disagree to that because in case of the, even if international advertisement, sometimes a very simple project or very straightforward project, maybe not necessary to so much quality, straightforward. So at that time, maybe percentage of the technical, no need to put to 50. Maybe it's okay sometimes. Sometimes, sorry, I deleted too. Sometimes maybe 10% of technical or 20% of the technical, still much way to the financial. Also maybe okay. So accordingly, from ADB's formula or criteria, we are putting the, let's evaluate the total risk. Total risk. So total risk is coming from the total risk is coming from procurement capacity. So EAIA's procurement capability or experience, market condition. Maybe more competition will come, or very less competition, or contract complexity. So technically, very difficult project, or straightforward just to excavation and embankment. That's all. Or what is the amount of the contract? Very huge amount or small, or some kind of the implementation environment. So based on such a total risk evaluation, we may put this is low risk, medium risk, moderate risk, substantial risk, and high risk. So in case that to the risk basis, if totally becomes a higher side of the risk, maybe this technical percentage must be more than 50, more than 60, 70, 80. But if total risk becomes a low or moderate, maybe technically percentage we can do 20, or even if 10, it's up to the total risk level. This is a approach from ADB side. Okay. This is local labor participation by the person day or person month during the implementation stage, and higher local labor participation will be higher evaluation or higher score can be given. And already explained early market engagement, and tomorrow in Phnom Penh, World Bank will organize such a seminar or meeting, conference, and I believe to the possible bidder or consultant will join and exchange the information what is the key issue or what is the request or feedback and so on. These things, as much as possible, we can put into the maybe bidding condition. So sometimes maybe the conference, sometimes maybe the questionnaire survey, sometimes I don't know, email or some basis back and forth. Hopefully with the open basis, we can organize such early market engagement with several methodology. Okay, so already explained sustainable procurement, beneficial ownership, collaborative contracting. So these conditions already we are putting into the new procurement regulation, so-called procurement directive, and you may see in near future, and next time when we start, we no more saying the procurement regulation, but we are saying the procurement directive. This is a summary of the ADB approach for this new issue. Thank you very much, and any question is welcome. Please. You are smiling means some question to me. Yes, please.
The ratio of technical and financial. For the consultancy service, we used to bid under the tender who evaluate 80% on technical and 20% on financial, and then there are a combination of technical score and financial score. We think that is fair. And also for the selection of the quality firm, it's also better to have 90% on technical score and 10% on financial score. Is that this from your presentation? Is that still the same rules?
Yeah. So the formula or rule is the same, and you are right. For the consultant selection, so-called QCBS, quality and cost-based selection, ADB's default is 80%, 20%. 80 is the technical, 20 is price or financial. And in case of the very complicated technical project or technical one, we put a 90-10. And if simple one, maybe 70-30, with such a ratio for the consultant selection. But basically for the actual civil works or goods, basis is a bit, formula itself is the same. But because of the very relatively large amount of the contract amount, and also more importance of the implementation, so we have such a range. Technically 10 to 60 or more than that. We are only putting the minimum. So in case of the very, very complicated project, it can be done 80-20 or 90-10. It is feasible. But usually we are assuming that this ratio for the civil works and goods, maybe it's seldom compared with the consultant. The actual works or good ratio may be 60-40 or 50-50. These are the maximum or most of the cases. This is a difference from the consultant and works. Any view from the World Bank?
Because we are conducting this workshop together, we need to clarify our positions also clearly. There is some difference in the approach when we consider consultancy contracts and works and goods. So let me try to make it simple. When we do evaluation of consultancy proposals, we compare the proposal against the marks given for each criteria, like 40 for methodology or 70 for personnel CVs, and we come up with a score for that proposal. Okay, proposal from firm A get 80, proposal from firm B get 70, C get 75. So that's how we do it. But when we do the, can you show the formula? So here, if you see that T into X is that even after scoring each proposal, we do a comparative score between the bids. Okay, so suppose there is a firm who got 80 and another got 70. When we do the comparison, the top one get 100%. Okay, so like the way we were evaluating the price, we also, price is also the lowest get 100 and the others get a proportion of that. Similarly, in technical, the highest will get 100 and a proportion of it. The difference comes in the approach of ADB and World Bank on the minimum weight. Okay, so both, I think ADB and World Bank applies this methodology only about $10 million. Below that, there is no need to have rated criteria or merit point system. About $10 million, in our methodology, we give a minimum 50% weight. So it cannot be lower than 50%. Now, in real world, what happens is, World Bank introduces something, okay, and then ADB catches up. Okay, so right now it is they are distinguishing between 10, 20 and all. We had the last year, okay, in September 2023, when we made it mandatory, we said it could be 10-90, 20-80, 30-70 or 50-50. Then after 1 year of learning from September 23rd to March 2025, in March 2025, we said no, it cannot be 10, 20, 30, 40. It has to be minimum 50% for the technical weightage. So, probably after some time, ADB may adapt to that or may continue the same. But it's a gradual process. So, because 2 years back, none of us were thinking about, giving quality weightage for civil works or goods. So, this is a positive change that is happening.
Thank you very much. Any other? If somebody smile, I will point. So if you want to have a question, please smile. Oh, she smiled. Smiled. No? Okay. Anyway, we anytime we can accept any questions. So thank you very much for this session. Next.
សូមអរគុណដល់វាគ្មិនកិត្តិយសហើយសម្រាប់បទបង្ហាញបន្តនេះខ្ញុំសូមគោរពអញ្ជើញលោក Kalash សូមអញ្ជើញធ្វើបទបង្ហាញសូមគោរពអញ្ជើញ
Okay, so let me bore you again by repeating the same things. Can we have the presentation and the slider you wrote it with you? No. No. Finding business opportunities. Sorry, they are not able to find my presentation, so give us 2 minutes. think this presentation is so crucial for you, so it is worthwhile waiting for 2 minutes. This is what will tell you how to find bidding opportunities. Okay? So that's why we are spending some time. Okay, so this is about how to find business opportunities in World Bank projects. Now, this all you have seen and heard. This is where World Bank is operating. World Bank operates in 123 countries across the world. And this guidance is for suppliers, contractors, consultants or NGOs interested in winning contracts. So these are the benefits for suppliers. One, profitability. Chitoshi in the morning mentioned that it's about $7 or $8 billion worth of contracts that are issued by ADB projects in a year. In World Bank, it's a little more, $40 billion. Okay, so across the world, $40 billion worth of contracts are awarded in World Bank projects. So that's the scope for business for you. You can bid in all these countries and win the contract. Suppliers can expand their business, build international experience, and contribute to global developmental objectives. So that's the other advantage you have. The third point, whether it is ADB or World Bank, you get certainty. Like we have clear bidding conditions, terms of arrangement, surety of funding. So those things are across the board. So there is a standardized process which is followed in World Bank procurement everywhere in the world. So for most of the high value cases, only the bank standard procurement documents can be used. So you have predictability. Whether you bid in India, Afghanistan, in Nigeria, Latin American countries or Cambodia, the terms and conditions would remain the same. You don't need to worry about that. Suppose you are going to a new market where you don't know the local rules, regulations, etc., you will be confused. You know, you will have to have your lawyer looking into all those conditions before you are able to participate in bid. So that issue is not there. And variety, we have seen from humanitarian areas to infrastructure, science and technology, oceanography, there is no limit to which our funding goes. So depending upon the country partnership framework agreed with each government, it can go to any areas. There are two types of business opportunities in World Bank. One is operational procurement, which is procurement undertaken by our clients, governments. That's operational procurement. Then we have our own corporate procurement. That's for our own requirement. We do have technical assistance contract. We have 14,000 employees across the world. So if we need computers for all of them, that is something like 14,000 computers procured in one go. We have our own offices in 123 countries. So these offices needs their own corporate procurement needs. So there are two sections. One is procurement in the project and the second is corporate procurement. This is already shared by Lataro. Mission is to end extreme poverty and boost shared prosperity on a livable planet. So climate related issues, creation of jobs, removing poverty, not just removing poverty but sharing the prosperity. These are all part of the objectives. And we have 5 institutions. Lataro has mentioned those institutions in his presentation. You all may be knowing when World Bank was set up. World Bank was established as part of the post-World War II reconstruction efforts. So World Bank was not initially set up for Cambodia or India or any African country. It was set up for European countries' reconstruction. Now I always like to ask this question, that if you will not answer, if it is set up for post Second World War reconstruction of Europe, which country might have taken the first loan from World Bank? Any guesses? This was done after Second World War. You understand Second World War from Japan to Brazil, how it impacted every country. World Bank was for Europe. Okay, so which country might have taken the first loan? Anyone would like to make a guess? Germany? France? Any other takers? Italy? Any other? So they have given 3 countries. Okay, so the first loan was taken by France. Okay, not by Germany. We all thought, even initially I also thought that Germany might have got it because they really got, lost. No, so it was not about losing, it is about the infrastructure. Okay? Yeah. So this is another important area when World Bank is having a project. So there are certain things like how do World Bank operate in a country? So this is an international treaty, okay, international organization like UN. World Bank is part of the UN family. So first thing is there is something called country partnership framework. So in every country, World Bank operates only when there is an acceptance, only when there is an invitation from the government. Okay, if Cambodia government decides that we don't want World Bank anymore, World Bank will have to go because it's an international organization. So in every country, there is a country partnership framework agreed with the government. We can operate only within that country partnership framework. So for a 3-year period, Ministry of Finance will engage with the World Bank and decide these are the areas in which we want development to happen, and these are the 3 or 4 sectors where we want World Bank to invest. Okay, so that is signed between government of Cambodia and World Bank, and that gives us the overall guidance. Within that, then when a particular department, suppose Ministry of Water Resources or Ministry of Transport, when they decide that they want to do a project, or Ministry of Education or Health says that they want to construct 100 hospitals, or Transport decides that they want to improve the road condition, or they want to do a new toll road, whatever they do, they will approach Ministry of Finance first. The line ministry goes to Ministry of Finance and say, this is our requirement. We need $100 million for developing this hospital facilities. Okay, in X province or over the country. Or so whichever sector decides, they go to the Ministry of Finance. Ministry of Finance will then look at and see, okay, we have our own funding budget. We don't need to seek any external help in that. They could take a decision like that. Or they may say, okay, we have JICA, China Exim Bank, Korea Exim Bank, World Bank, ADB supporting this sector, and they may decide, fine, we will ask World Bank to fund this activity. Now there is also a country limit. Okay, every country can approach only X amount of money from World Bank. That depends upon the population and things like that. Within that, so once the government decides, okay, we will send this to the country manager in Phnom Penh, asking for World Bank funding, we start this process called project cycle. So an identification mission will be done. Yeah, then there is a preparation, appraisal, negotiation and board approval, implementation and support, completion and evaluation. So mostly our projects are of 5 years duration. If it is prepared well, we can implement it in 5 years' time. Very often we find it is not implemented in 5 years. There are delays happening, so it goes up to 7 years. There are some projects even goes to 8 years. That's not efficient. For an efficient thing, we need to do everything very well in identification, in preparation, appraisal, negotiation, implementation. If everything is done properly, about 1 year would be for preparation time, 5 years should be for implementation, it should be done in 6 years' time. But in Cambodia, we have a problem of not being able to implement everything in time because we are not preparing well. We are not doing our procurement planning well. Now, during this entire cycle, there are consulting opportunities that comes in the initial stages. So for those who are in consulting, you need to watch for what are the pipeline projects in Cambodia. Okay, so if you go to World Bank website, you will see this is our active projects and these are our pipeline projects. And in pipeline projects, when we are under preparation, we would have some consulting opportunities. Like ADB has technical assistance, during preparation, we have some consulting opportunities. During implementation stage, something like 70% of the project fund is used for procurement. So either it could be goods, works, or consultancy service. If there is a $100 million project, 70 million is used for procurement. The volume of procurement and opportunities is hence very large. This again, it's almost same like what ADB has. Our core procurement principles is one term which is additionally in our thing is fit for purpose. Okay, so but they also have same thing covered as efficiency and things like that. We have prior review and post review. High value cases we concurrently review and issue no objection. Okay, when the procurement happens. In small value cases, we leave it to the client to implement it. After every year, we pick up 10% sample and do a post review. Okay, so that is the oversight mechanism we have. Now, to find your business opportunities, this is what I am saying. You go to the supplier website, register yourself. You can choose the interest area by your specialization, search by area of expertise, geographical focus. You can say you want to work only in Cambodia or in Southeast Asia or in Asia. There are websites, Lataro has already mentioned that in the morning. If you go to World Bank website, you will be able to choose country region, select the region East Asia and Pacific. Within that you will get a Cambodia tab. In the Cambodia tab, you will get all projects which are listed. Currently under implementation, 21 projects you will get listed there. Once you click on the project, you will even get procurement plan. You know where I have shown, from where we have extracted and showed you the activities that are coming up. World Bank procurement notices, UNDP is no more applicable. Now, I don't want to repeat what is already mentioned by Sukuntia in the morning. You need to research well, ensure all necessary documentation is accurate and complete. Compliance. Whatever conditions are mentioned in the bidding document needs to be complete. Okay, so there are three different types of documents. One is a general procurement notice. A general procurement notice is issued when the project is launched. So that will say, this is a project which is going to be implemented by this particular client in this many years, and these are the main procurement activities under the project. Then for each procurement activity, there will be a specific procurement notice which is called SPN, and then invitation to bids. So there are different types of invitations. At times it will be an open invitation where we will put an advertisement in the website, newspaper, World Bank site, client site, and then everyone can apply. Whoever is interested can buy the document and then submit the bid. Sometimes we will do an expression of interest to shortlist, 5 or 6, 5 to 8 agencies we shortlist. Sometimes we will do something called pre-qualification if it is contract for works or goods. And nowadays we also do something called initial selection. Okay, that's also for works and goods. Too much complicated, we don't need to go there, which means there is something like an expression of interest. So everyone cannot bid. If there is a pre-qualification, after pre-qualification, a shortlisted number of bidders will be identified and only they will be allowed to bid. The details, project website and World Bank website. Now, yeah, so if it is a works contract, whether it is mentioned or not in the bidding document, please try to make a visit to the site. Okay, you will get the real situation when you visit the site. You have to focus on the rated criteria and technical factors and scores, because minimum 50% weight is going on technical aspects. So if you are bidding like the older times, the chances are that even if you have a competitive bid, you may not win. Emphasize methodology for delivery, innovate if you can, strong project manager and qualified experts. Now this is becoming more and more important. If 700 points are given for staff, you need to be very careful in getting the staff who will meet the requirement. Cite relevant technical and regional experience, similar to the assignment, more significant and similar the better. Involve national partner firms or individual, consider joint ventures. Now, this is very important. Rather than getting somebody as a subcontractor, you have to get them as joint venture partners. Because in case of subcontractors, their qualifications are not considered. Only joint venture partners' qualifications will be considered. Similarly, in consultancy contract, if you are bringing another firm as a sub-consultant, their qualifications will not be considered at the expression of interest stage. Only the lead consultant's qualifications will be considered. So you need to keep this in mind. If you want to get the qualifications of the partner, junior partner, make it a joint venture rather than a sub-consultant. Don't deviate from standard RFB forms and conditions. If you submit a bid saying, I am submitting everything but I have these 4 conditions, that's rejected at that moment. Okay? If alternative bids are allowed, it would have been already mentioned. You can submit an alternate bid. You can submit something which is different from what is already mentioned. Okay, I think these things are already explained. No conditionalities. Get official clarification. If you have any doubt, send in your query. Submit professional proposal ensuring all supporting documents included, signed by authorized individual. Now, very often we get this query that, but you could have asked a question. You could have sought a clarification rather than rejecting our bid. No. If there is a condition in the bid, this is a public procurement activity, you have to adhere to that. We don't have leverage to change anything or accommodate someone. The only clarification that we can ask is of historical data. Okay. If we have a doubt on your 2022-23 annual turnover, that we can send you a query, because you can't do anything to change that. The actual details would be available. Only those information we'll be able to seek clarification. Carefully review qualification and evaluation criteria. Failure to satisfy qualification criteria results in high bid rejection rate. I have told you there is a minimum cutoff, 60 or 70. If you don't score 70, the chances are that you may go out. Bid preparation tips: follow ITB and BDS. What is BDS? Can anyone say? You are all participating in World Bank and ADB bids. Yes, madam. Bid data sheet. Excellent. That's the right thing. So there is a bid data sheet in every bid. And IT is, invitation to bid has a BDS. So any special condition, any adjusted condition would be there in BDS. Okay, so you need to give attention to the BDS in while bidding. Submit all required documents. Please, this is very important. If you are a joint venture, you need to have the joint venture agreement submitted. If we say that a power of attorney of the signatory is required, please submit a power of attorney of the signatory. Someone can reject your bid because that was not submitted. Okay. If there is a bid security required, please look at the timeline for that. So if you are submitting the bid on 1st of January is the submission date, generally the bid security should be valid So submission date is 1st January. It will say 3 months is the bid validity period. That is 31st March. Then there is an additional 28 days required for the validity. So for a bid you are submitting in January 1st, you would be submitting a bid validity valid up to 24th of April or 28th of April, because it's 28 days after the bid submission date. So these are the minor areas that need to be very carefully followed. We had this, I told you, this $140 million bridge contract. 140 million one contract. It is very significant. So the bidders have put in a lot of efforts. One bidder mentioned the bid validity period as the bid submission date. Okay, bid was submitted on 15th of August 2025. An international firm on bid validity period, they just mentioned same date of the bid submission date. Got out. And no one can ask any question. Probably we all know it's a typing mistake. But the bid got out. And on those things, there are no compromises. You know, that is a responsiveness check. Adhere to deadlines. Anything submitted later will go out. Clearly address specifications. Final checks before submission, amount, validity and text of bid security. Another major factor. In a similar bid, we wanted a credit letter. Okay, so cash flow, to satisfy cash flow, we wanted a credit letter from a commercial bank to the tune of, say, $50 million. Okay, so one firm submitted a bid where the conversion rate reduced the rate by 4 million. So when they submitted, it was $46 million. It was not 50 million. And we looked at the reason. And then they said, no, when we have submitted, when we were preparing the proposal, that was the rate. And they said it was only 2 million less. Then we asked them, which date you considered and which bank you considered. So they said, no, we went to the Google and found out the rate, exchange rate of that date, and then we used that. Then he said, did you read something that we have mentioned in the bid? The bid very clearly said that exchange rate, that too, I think it was mentioned as buying rate of US dollar versus Thai baht on that particular date, okay, 20 days or 28 days before the bid submission date, from Bank of Thailand. So it was very clearly mentioned what rate should be considered from which bank, and see, there are buying and selling rate. So even to that detail it was mentioned in the bid, and they lost it. You know, they got out. Then another bid came with a bank letter which said the bank will consider, okay, if this firm wins the contract, bank will consider extending an advance subject to the firm's financial strength and capacity. Now, which means there is no assurance. So they said, what is this? Bank will consider. We can understand if the firm is winning, that is fine. But they will consider based on the capacity. So which means there is no capacity. Okay, another reason for rejection. So those kind of things are very important, like text of bid security, text of bank letters, signatures and power of attorney, joint venture agreement, marking of envelopes as appropriate, references enclosed. Now again, this is a new way of bidding that we are doing now. Single stage, 2 envelope. Now, there was some information which was not supposed to be there in the technical bid. Okay? So, when the people came with the 2 bids, we opened the technical bid and there is no bid security in that. Okay? Now, standing there, the bidder's representative says, oh, we thought the bid security should be put in the financial bid because it's a commercial thing, it's about money. So Then again we said, can you go back to the instructions to bidders and BDS and see what should be the content of each bid, each envelope. The bid security shall be in the first envelope, because we cannot open and take out the bid security from the second one out. It was treated as non-compliant. So these things need to be very carefully thought about when you are doing. Similarly, references. If you are giving an experience of doing some work in another country or in another department or somewhere, you need to have some reference document. Either you attach the contract you received from that client and a completion certificate, or a reference letter saying you have completed 80% of the work or 100% of the work. So these things are very essential to be thought about. Okay, don'ts. These are the don'ts that you should keep in mind. No bid security and insufficient amount of bid security. Don't do that. Then you will be wasting all the time and efforts you are putting in for preparing the bid. Lack of supporting documents, incomplete bids, expiration and extension of bid validity, very important. Now one issue that we have found in some cases in Cambodia, so there is an RFP issued, say 1st January is the submission date. Then there was an extension of RFP. RFP got extended by another month, so that bid submission date is 1st February. Okay. Now, when you calculate your bid security validity or your bid validity, you have to calculate it from the revised rate of submission. If you are calculating 3 months from January 1st, that means you are short of the bid security requirement. Okay, so these are important things to be kept in mind. Partial quantities, absence of test reports if required, bids not signed, JV partner, conflict of interest. Conflict of interest is another important area. If you are involved in design or preparing terms of reference or anything, you cannot participate in implementation. Okay, if you are involved in feasibility study or developing the BOQs, things like that, then you cannot be part of the bidding case. I have seen cases where a sister firm, okay, participated as the bidder. Okay, and now the most interesting part is, if it is a big contract, when the public opening happens, everyone know each other. Every bidder, see, we as client may not be knowing who is linked to whom, who is the sister concern or associate, but the bidders know it very well. So after opening, we got in a week's time, this was something happened in Bangladesh for a $24 million IT service contract. In a week's time, we got a letter saying that, that particular company which was involved in preparing your design document has a sister concern coming as a joint partner in a bid. Okay, now, this was a big firm which made the mistake of bringing that sister concern out. Now, everyone knows each other, especially if you are in a competitive world, in a high value contract, you know it, who is there to participate. Be on time during bid opening. This is something which Sukandya has very, very correctly mentioned. All relevant prices are read out, all discounts are read out, reference, presence and amount of bid security is read out, no envelope remains unopened, all the above is recorded correctly, record is signed by all bidders present and the employer. And if there are extensions, this is what I said, be aware of extension of submission dates. Common reasons for disqualification, same thing that we have. We all have been sharing the same thing. Okay, so these are the resources that we have. I request you, you will be getting these presentations. You already have it in the scan code. This is the website in which you will get all bidding opportunities for World Bank project. Okay, and if you see, I have mentioned there is something called supplier events in that website. Supplier events will say what are all the activities coming up, and I have been telling about this Cambodia Regional Connectivity Improvement Project. Okay, so that's the one which is happening tomorrow. It's not very visible, but on the first one you can see December 11th and I think it's happening in some hotel in Phnom Penh location. Yeah, yeah. Which one is that? Which hotel is that? Can you see? Can you see which hotel is mentioned in that? The hotel name? This one. Hyatt Regency Phnom Penh. So if any one of you are interested, go there tomorrow, or you can go to this website and you can get it connected. You can register through that form and join and find out what's happening. That's it. So this is about getting identifying business opportunities. So I do hope this will help you find out opportunities and participate in World Bank contracts. Any questions? Anything more you want to add? Sukuntia? Okay, so if there is no question, that what's that? We break to the MC then. You have it.
I have two questions.
Okay.
The first one is relating to the experience of a sub-consultancy. I would like to talk on behalf of the local partners that we have. At the EOI stage, the local partners are not sure of the qualification because it's not on the only qualifier requirement, but the maximum. So they prefer to go with multiple partners. And at such stages, when a new international firm wants to come into a country, we don't have the local references.
Yeah.
So then we are missing the regional references. So how do we compensate for this? Because if I remember correctly, ADB used to consider the sub-consult experience also till 2024. And in the new procurement guideline, these rules have come in. So what is the alternate measure for the international firm to balance the regional reference?
So for shortlisting consultants, it's only the lead firm's capabilities are considered. The rationale or the principle is that it's mainly about relevant experience and expertise. So experience and expertise, these are the two things which are considered. And there it's the lead agency's capability which is considered. In order to give the local consultants opportunities to associate with multiple partners, we are not considering the sub-consultants qualification. So they have a leverage. They can participate with 3 international bidders. But if they come in as joint venture, then they cannot participate in more than one case. So joint venture, it is what is it called? Several and joint responsibility. Several and joint responsibility. So both have responsibility. Irrespective of what is the value contributed, both have similar responsibility. So there is a, may not be fully in advantage of sub-consultants, local consultants, but that's how it is.
So my main concern was relating to the experience of the regional, because always in your checklist or whatever criteria you say, there would be requirement for a regional experience, right? If I'm doing a project in Cambodia, you need a reference in Cambodia itself. So if a new new international competitor wants to come in, he don't have experience. So that limits the competition, right?
Well, if you look at World Bank qualification requirements, we never specify a country experience. We say experience in countries like Cambodia or of similar nature. So if you have experience in anywhere else, definitely if you are coming with European experience, that may not be. So that's why we even mention ASEAN, as an experience requirement. So that is there, because like I'll tell you, for road construction, there is a major issue about climatic influence. How many days are available for construction? Okay, because of the monsoon and things like that, the rainy season and things like that. So regional experience is given importance, but not a country specific experience.
Thanks. And my second question is relating to the conflict of interest. Now, since sub-consultant is not given much importance while qualification, so suppose a sub-consultant has performed a feasibility study and that consultant was part of, we really don't know whether it was a part of forming a TOR or not forming a TOR, and they want to come in the downline projects. Is there a conflict of interest?
Definitely. So conflict of interest doesn't have anything to do with the nature of association between two partners. It's about one who was involved in deciding the TOR or feasibility has a natural advantage over the others. So there are some options in our system to mitigate that. Like, if there is a situation where we cannot avoid the involvement of a consultant, then what we do is whatever work they have done, whatever reports they have generated, those are shared with part of the RFP. But it is not to do with the relationship between sub-consultant or lead consultant. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. Can you please put back the slide of financial opening?
Financial opening? Did I have a slide on financial opening? Ask the question.
I didn't pay attention, but it mentions that the technical score need to be read out outly. The technical score.
Technical score need to be read out.
Yeah. That's the most important when we have the financial opening.
Yeah, so we do, so in case of works and goods, if rated criteria is applied on completion of the technical evaluation, we send the outcome of the technical evaluation with 10 business days notice for opening the financial proposal. So if there are 5 firms that participated in, no, it is not in this one, forget it. So if there are 5 firms who have applied in the beginning, and if 2 of them are not qualifying, I mean, one is not qualifying because they didn't submit the bid security, so it is non-responsive, and one got only 65 when minimum score is 70, okay? Then others got 75, 80, 85, whatever is the score. 3 got above 70. We send a letter to all of them saying that technical evaluation is completed. These 3 are qualifying to the next stage with these scores. So we even mentioned the score, okay? And so it goes to all the 5. So any of the 5 can ask a question at that time. Why I got less mark than 70? So then we will proceed to the opening only after resolving that conflict, after responding to their query. Yeah.
Yes, well, I mean, that's what I want to mention, that before giving the prize, the ministry or ADB World Bank has to mention the technical score of all the firm.
Yes, if it is done like that, if it is a QCBS or there are 2 methods like QBS and direct contracting, where we may not follow all these procedures, and CQS, where only one firm is considered. Even in QBS, only one firm, only the top firm is invited for discussions. So if it is any other method, then your technical score would be known to you before the opening of financial proposal. That's how it is done. Yes. If you have any other experience where your score was not known, privately talk to Lataro which project and who had done it, then we can follow it.
No, it's happened one time.
Yeah. Okay. You want to add anything? Is there any different approach? ADB may have some different approach.
Similar, but only thing is this minimum technical score. ADB still this is only option, because we also concern sometimes this minimum technical score becomes some bias for the evaluator to kick off the unfavorable bidder. Oh, sorry, your score is less than 65 or 70, so bye-bye. So these things we are a bit worried about. So this is still optional, because we already have a qualification criteria of the all bidder pass and fail. After that also we have a system non-responsiveness. For example, in case we not allow alternative completion date, but in case bidder propose the alternative completion date, we automatically kick off. Or if we don't allow some technical alternative, but in case bidder propose some technical alternative, we'll kick off. So we have such a pass and fail before going to the technical score. So I also personally recommend not to put the technical threshold minimum score after passing these conditions. This is the ADB's standard.
Yeah. So there are some variations. I mean, I think I may be corrected. The minimum score is an option for bank also. Yeah. So there are, but what we encourage is to set a minimum of 60, at least 60 as a passing score for technical cases. In consultancy contract, we always have 70 or 80 as a minimum score. Okay. So thank you very much. I think there are no more questions. So over to the head.
Some are called localized សម្រាប់បទបង្ហាញយ៉ាងក្បោះក្បាយសម្រាប់កម្មវិធីបន្តសូមអញ្ជើញលោកស្រីសម្រាប់ចំនួន15នាទីសម្រាប់ពិសាហាសម្រន់ហើយយើងនឹងចូលវិញយើងនឹងធ្វើកិច្ចពិភាក្សាបន្តទៀតសូមអរគុណ
ដែលជួបនៅរយៈពេលដូចគ្នាក្នុងឆ្នាំទី
これから出る可能性が出る。それは収賄に引っかかる可能性あるわけですね。だってバイアスがある可能性がある。それでその時僕にプロジェクトチームにレコメンドしてるのが、その T1 の中で露骨にレビュー&ベリファイっていう言い方はせずに、DE コンサルタントは DD の結果を使ってディテールデザインをやりますとかやりなさいっていうふうにガッと書いておけば、この僕は引っかからないんだけど、
សម្រាប់របៀបវិរៈបន្ទាប់គឺជាកិច្ចពិភាក្សារវាងក្រសួងសេដ្ឋកិច្ចហិរញ្ញវត្ថុធនាគារពិភពលោកនិងធនាគារអភិវឌ្ឍន៍អាស៊ីដូច្នេះនេះខ្ញុំសូមគោរពអញ្ជើញវាគ្មិនកិត្តិយសលោក Kailash Kumar លោកនុនវឌ្ឍនៈលោកសុកសុគន្ធាលោក Lataro Lao លោក Andre Ban លោក Zong Eve Katri និងកញ្ញា Mary Patru សូមអញ្ជើញមកកាន់វេទិកាខាងលើសូមគោរពអញ្ជើញ
Please. Okay, so thank you very much. This is going to be the concluding session. After this, Excellency will have a formal closure. Yeah, and so we are now in an open space where we are not going to talk, but we are going to ask you to share your experiences. So this is rightly placed. There are private sector representatives on that side and those who have to answer, yeah, on the right side. That's very good arrangement, very naturally happened. And thank you very much, Mr. Vatanak Nom, for joining this panel. So there are a few thoughts that we want to share and also to invite your opinion. So I would say the first thing is to understand how do you find these kind of activities, you know, like what we are doing today, reaching out to the private sector. Has it been useful? What are your further suggestions to improve? Is there anything specific that you want this lot to answer? Not me. Okay, I am only moderator. So let's start with you, Andre. So please share your experience. Can we have some more mics? Yeah, please go ahead and explain. We would also like you to introduce yourself. I know you are Andre, but your consultancy firm or from where you are coming and which is your operational area, and then give a little about yourself, and then what's your feeling about this event today? What do you want us to improve further, and is there any specific queries to these gentlemen over here? Over to you.
My name is Andre Ban. I'm working with NIRAS International Consulting. I work for 15 years at NIRAS. So I'm the country director and I do tendering. I manage a project on the rural development area, on the irrigation, in agriculture and other sector. So today has been very fruitful workshop. We have learned a lot. We have learned on the pipeline of MEF, pipeline of ADB, of World Bank, and we have also have a good discussion with all of you. Thanks for that. We have also get also some questions, some answer, and I have learned even that I have experience for bidding, but I still have some question. Today I also learned some answer.
Okay. Any specific recommendations or suggestions to the group for organizing these things better in future?
Yeah, I think we because of the regulation are changing all the time, as the pipeline are changing, so it will be good to have at least one time per year to have this kind of workshop, because we discover the new project. We discover the new law, new procurement rules and everything. And I mean, some of the most of the question has been answered to on this today, but I have some few more questions, if I may ask.
No, here the condition is if you ask a question, you also have to give a solution.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Suggestion. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. So one of the questions that in Cambodia there are so many public holidays.
Public holidays.
Yeah, public holiday, and most of the experts cannot work during public holiday.
Uh-huh.
So the way to solve that solution is that to request in some not important public holidays that to expert to work on those days. For example, the International Women is not a public holiday in other country and people are working.
But that's a very important holiday. Yeah. How could you say that?
Yeah,
it's a very important one.
It's important, but in other country people are working.
Yeah.
And so this penalize our experts. So this kind of days that we can ask PME for working there.
No, I must say it is a very important aspect. Because when we have home working days and field working days, and if there are too many holidays in the field, then those who are flying in might find it not very economical or efficient. Yeah, good point. Yes, more. I hope we are taking note of it. Yeah, yeah. They will continue first. Yeah, yeah. Okay.
Before I give the speech to my colleagues, so I just have another question that as international firm, we have to register here in Cambodia in order to sign the contract and to implement. So it's quite a new regulation. And we have also, we need to pay also the visioning taxes of 14% for non-resident and 15% for resident. I think we need to clarify that on the tender preparation, and especially to be written clearly on the request for proposal document, because it's confusing. Some firms are asking what kind of tax I have to pay, and some of the firms don't know.
Yeah. Okay.
Thank
Good
you.
point. We will request the MEF to respond to that, but let's hear from Marie. If you can introduce yourself and also then. Yeah.
Hi, I am Marie Peturo from Ginger Sofreco. Ginger Sofreco is a large consultancy and engineering firm. We have been existing since 1976. We do implement many projects for all public donors, multilateral, bilateral donors, many projects with ADB, World Bank, and here in Cambodia we do have several projects with your banks. And we do cover all consultancy area from agriculture to infrastructure to education to health to also public finance. So we do cover most of the different areas. I really appreciated this workshop. I would have liked to learn more about the pipelines into more details. But when I say the pipelines into more details, it's maybe by sector. However, I do have the chance to participate in the BOF in Manila, and we do have specific sector pipelines, so that's also useful and that's complementary. But maybe for each country, it would be good to have specific pipelines for each different sector. So that could be one thing for next year. But we really appreciate, and as Andre said, I mean, procurement rules always change, so it's always good to be updated of that. I am experienced in tenders and answering and following projects also. However, we always need to be updated. I also really appreciated the fact that now we focus more on qualities and on price. And that's something that for international firms it's really important, especially with taxes reason, as Andre said. So that's really important for us. One question, which is a little bit similar than Andre and going one step further, is because we are international consultancy firm, we sometimes fear that we do face unfair competitiveness because of taxes, because, I mean, of the withholding tax of 14% or 15% the other way. So we sometimes fear that we cannot bid and be competitive. So that's why quality is important and not only price, but that's something that is difficult for us in Cambodia currently. So, of course, we always partner with local firms because we also think that if we are in the sustainable development of the country, we need to make sure that we build capacity within the country. It's not, I mean, of course, we are international firms, but the purpose is to build capacity in the country. However, if we don't have the chance to bid together, it's a problem. So that's my further question.
Okay, thank you very much. So, Mr. Khatri.
Hello, everyone. I am Jean-Yves Khatri, based in Phnom Penh since 1997. I used to work inside the company Comic Mer at the beginning and supply work for emergency loan at the beginning, ADB and emergency loan at that time. And then I was also in charge of medical division. And after 3 years, I become independent and develop mainly medical supply, become medical supplier for different field, working in the with Ministry of Health, Ministry of Agriculture, and Ministry of Education. So we used to supply many contracts with ADB and World Bank. I have also experience doing also consultancy at the beginning for a few years, working mainly with ADB for the first emergency loan also for ADB, supplying a lawyer or something like that. But we interrupt after that. We interrupt after 2 or 3 contracts. We interrupt because we did not have enough contracts. So I focus mainly on medical and close the consultancy firm. So my experience working with ADB World Bank was good generally, except one time when the contract was ended when my goods was on the boat because they lost my LC in America, and then I cannot supply on time, and then I lose this contract. Even I provided all the goods and I still have some goods in stock now. But except this, we have many good experience. And I noticed for mainly ADB and very clear, and World Bank as well, even better than Global Fund on the preparation of the bid. Yeah. What I can say more, sometimes, yes, there is some misunderstanding on the tender document. And I remember for a recent contract with ADB, because they use, for example, a term during installation, we have to connect the container within the battery limit. So we think battery limit is until maybe 50 meters. But we discover during the installation can be few hundred meters of energy cable, very big. So it is the thing we learn along the way. Regarding the experience with this kind of meeting, it is the first time that I attend myself. Usually it is in Phnom Penh and it is my staff to attend. But I never get very big feedback. But now I noticed it was very interesting meeting. I'm very impressed, and I regret not participate earlier to this kind of meeting. It was very clear presentation, very useful, and I will certainly make a presentation again to my staff when I come back to Phnom Penh. It's very important. And I also work with a new partner, a bigger company who will be involved with me for joint venture or consortium, and I will pass them this useful information to train them at the beginning of this job. Yeah.
Thank you very much. So there are 3 representatives we have randomly selected from you, who all have found this event useful Thank you very much, all of you, and they have also recommended that we need to repeat this at least once or twice in every year. So Mr. Vatnak has always been suggesting us to do it twice and in different places as well. So this was a good feedback. So there is some questions and doubts about, can you pass on the mic to Mr. Vatnak? There are some questions about this taxation issue. So we have one set of SOPs for procurement management under donor funded projects. Okay, so that is what we are dealing with today. Then there is a separate GDPP managed procurement process and SOP for government funded projects. My understanding, which Lataro and Sukantia will confirm, is that most of the terms and conditions, including applicability of tax or non-tax, is clarified in the bidding document. If it is not there, then we take note of that as an important point. But I would like to hear from you on this taxation issue, the competitiveness of different firms, and any plans that MEF has to simplify these concerns, the withholding tax and things like that. Over to you.
Thank you very much, and good afternoon to everyone. My name is Nonwatna. I'm a director of the Department of Project Portfolio Management, which is quite the new department, just established in 2022. The mandate of the department is to oversee the implementation of externally financed projects, both multilaterals and bilateral development partners. So before going to the answer responding to the tax issue, let me just reiterate, the objective of this platform, to share with you the information and also to provide you the practical guidance, not just only theory, but how to win and how to be successful in the bidding process. And also, I would like to mention that this platform is not just only knowledge sharing, but also networking. So you now meet with representatives from DPs and with MEF, so you feel confident that any question, any queries that you come in mind, we can meet together and solve it. And as suggested by Carlos, this platform usually did and held every year, but there's only one. And I think from the previous year, MEF has not much involved in terms of the doing presentation and the knowledge sharing, but from now on we are deeply involved by also joining the sessions and also share the presentation as well. So going to the tax issue, actually I'm not from the tax department, but I can share with you the principle and the regulation. I think in any country, tax is about obligation of the citizen and also the business which you comes to operate in our country, Cambodia and other country in the world. So you need to register. But as we presented by the expert from DP, the registration is not the mandatory for international company for joining the bidding. Is it the registration is mandatory for the local firm? Because of course they operate the business in Cambodia, the local firm needs to register as having a license to operate it. But for international company, you don't need to register before the contract signing. Okay, that is very clear in our standard operating procedure of the government, also clearly state in this way. For coming to the after the bidding process is completed and final stage is about contract signing, then the executing agency need to work with you, whether you have registered or you haven't registered. And now, as I know, the government has also developed the portal, the online registration. So I don't think you might need so much time, more than 2 months or 3 months like before, because we have a portal. You can register online in one portal, and then you can come up with the registration from the relevant ministry to operate here. and then you just show the executing agency that you have registered. After you register, then you can register for the taxation. That is the second step. So coming to the contract, when you negotiate, you also need to discuss with the executing agency, because we are based on the principle. If the project under the financing agreement with tax is exempted or is borne by the government, so even you are registered from the tax department, you can declare that your contract has no tax because the tax is borne by the government. But you also need to declare. That is the way how it's operated here. So I think this is very clear. So I can share with you. So in order to operate successfully and to avoid the issue, you need to read, you need to understand the regulation, the relevant regulation on the business registration, on the taxation registration, and also on the bidding process. So any project that you plan to bid, you also need to understand whether this project about tax, if the tax is exempted by the government, you still need to register, but you need a certificate or the letter from the Ministry of Economy and Finance that this project you don't need to pay tax because the tax is exempted. But you need also to declare with the tax general department that, okay, we are clear because we have a certificate from the Ministry of Economy and Finance saying that you don't have to pay tax. So I hope this understand, and tax is not a big issue to discourage you to joining the bidding process. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So can we hear from Sukuntia and Lataro about how tax is included in bidding documents of ADB and World Bank?
I think before in the request for proposal for ADB finance project, we mentioned that for tax issues, we give the link to tax department, and consultant need to access the link and contact with the MEF or discuss about how they pay tax. And also we mentioned that the tax should be negotiated before contract signing. Yeah. And we not specify clearly about that, but after we have issues with the nearest company, I think that now MEF they put clearly in the request for proposal with the exemption of VAT or something like that.
Thanks. So that was the situation earlier. Now there is some change. And what about bank?
Yes, I think bank in general that we also clearly mentioned in the bidding document or IP that the tax is included or not, because generally we include all, we put that tax. We'll apply all taxes. Yeah? You may see tax not only one, tax on the profit. Yeah. Margin, tax on the VAT and other taxes. So we, in the bidding document or in the OIP, we mention clearly, and we, as Kala mentioned, we also that tax should be, you quote one line, and tax will be a reimbursement cost, because if you pay tax 15%, that should be invoiced from the tax department and the project pay back. And for some Christian, for like special case, special bidding document that we did not include tax, so we clearly mention that tax exemption, tax is burned by the government. Because because it's not general, but exception case like the equipment under MOA that they need like no need to pay the tax. So we clearly mentioned, but in general we apply all tax for all bidding process. Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, so business registration and taxation has been an issue in Cambodia for quite some time. In our projects also, we have observed that after awarding the contract is not starting for 4 months, 5 months because of the process that was happening. But as the director has mentioned, now you have a portal, so and registration can be done through the portal a little more easier manner. For your information, at the request of Ministry of Finance, World Bank is now conducting a value chain assessment of the entire procurement process and cycle. And in 2026, MEF is planning to revise the SOPs. So we are looking at this is one of the issue that is raised by our stakeholders. We are going to make some recommendation, and one of the recommendation is exactly like what he was suggesting, having a single window. Okay, at one place everything should be completed rather than going around and wasting time. So that's one issue. Second, I do not very surely know whether it affects the competitiveness, because whether it is ADB, World Bank or any other international donors, we do not consider the tax part as during the evaluation. So we know that there could be different taxes regimes applicable to domestic and international firms, so we don't do that. Anyway, friends, this is also an opportunity for any of you from the audience to raise any issues. It's not only from the panel. So on this, the first bucket of issues, one is, so we are trying to look at challenges faced by contractors and suppliers in participating in procurement. So there are two windows that we are discussing. One is for you to participate, are there any other constraints? Like some countries say performance guarantee is an issue, or getting bid security from commercial banks is an issue. So we had a similar event in Laos, and one of the main recommendations that came from the participants were go for bid declaration rather than bank guarantee for bid security, because it's very costly to get a bid security from Laos. Now, if you have any issues like that which limit your participation, the panel can respond, or anybody from the audience in your joint ventures, in your various submission, if there is anything that we need to consider from ministry or from the funding agencies, this is an opportunity to raise. Anything that you would like to comment on this, please?
Yes, I have a question regarding the for international firm to register in case they win a tender. Because I want to know if there is a new rule regarding this, because we used to participate to different bids with World Bank and ADB, with international firm. I was the local partner as for the subcontractor. So the international firm did not register at that time. And I want to know if it is a minimum budget amount to register, or what is the rule?
Well, there is no rule that an international firm has to register at the time of bidding. There is no rule. Now, once the contract is awarded, then you are operating in Cambodia. So, and there you have to go by all government regulations for business registration, opening your offices, tax registration. So that will be required, and that is not only for Cambodia, it is universally applicable. Wherever, if you are going to receive funding from a government source, there should be, you have to be a legal entity to enter into a contract with the government. So there is a requirement, but again, if it is a joint venture, okay, and if the local party is authorized by the international to operate, then this may not be fully required. So there are, we will not get into those details here. You need to consult your tax experts or the ministry in this regard. You want to add anything, please?
No, I want to add that I think this one is not new policy.
Yeah.
We have approved SOP in 2012. Yeah. We have SOP. We have, I remember that the clause 4.2 something like that, SOP you mentioned about that.
So we was not concerned because we was a local partner. So
if you are the lead partner, there should not be a problem.
No, we was not the lead. We was local.
Okay, it depends upon the arrangement. Yes, you have a query. Please go ahead.
It's a question on a macro level, because now when we see Cambodia number of projects and investment going up, so 2 years down the line, mostly the projects were feasibility study. Now the downline projects are coming where projects for supervision is coming on. And as you see the progress in last 3 years, the ratio of international to local experts have been, 50-50. Now it is moving towards 60-40, where local is 60 and international is 40. But to be frank, in market like Cambodia, the real expertise in terms of number of people available is very low. So where does the donor and the beneficiary see some room for people like us where we don't get the real expertise, and at the same time the prices are going high? So how are your thoughts in terms of expanding the local expertise to regional expertise?
Okay, so from a very macro perspective, before the panel members come in, we are actually seeing a different trend. We see more and more local agencies and local contractors qualifying to win larger contracts. First thing what you have said is right. From that feasibility study era, we are now into a lot of implementation. We have seen something like $580 million worth of contracts were awarded in last year. This is what Latharo's presentation said in World Bank project. And you have seen the large amount of, 57 contracts which will be put to bid in ADB's, and these are all downstream implementation contracts. And we see more and more joint ventures coming from local contractors, Cambodian contractors. And one point I have mentioned, 2 years back, we revised the threshold for local bidding from 2 million to 5 million. And in another 1 year's time, we are most probably going to raise it to 10 million. And in fact, there are many projects where, Latharo writes to me and says that, local contractors are available, so I want to raise it to 10 million, and then, we do it as part of the procurement strategy development, and I agree with this. So we have many civil works contracts now up to 10 million going only for local partners. In the technical areas, in consultancy services, yes, this need to continue to happen. The partnership with local firms, you also have a responsibility to build the capacity. And on pricing, as I have mentioned in the morning, we go to the market and see what is a market price. We don't benchmark on budget or upper limit or anything. If there are 5 bids coming in, and if all the 5 are 50% above the estimate we had, we will forget the estimate. We will say the estimate was not right, because that's what the market has responded. So for some more time, at macro level, the pricing strategies should not get impacted. What you have to see is, now we see a lot more firms from Asia Pacific participating in this market. I see a lot of contracts won by Korea, Vietnam, China, China mainly for implementation, India, Bangladesh. So there are a lot of regional firms which are coming in, where obviously the pricing could be a little different from the European or the American the market pricing. So this is something which the consultancy companies also have to take note and develop your strategies. I see a lot of international consultants bringing in resources, based on how you can be competitive. So there are very niche sectors you will bring in the top notch with limited time, and for the rest of it, you will look at what are the right kind of people who can deliver the work. Anything that you would like to add to this on pricing and market? No? Okay. So any other queries from anyone on the difficulties? Yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
Just one small request. If today, if you might be aware that the similar program is organized by AFD non-FEN today. So it becomes difficult for a single organization to attend at 2 places. So from the next year, if you
AFD
do so,
is doing it today?
Yes. So a simple request, if you could do it together, would be a good initiative for all of us.
Okay, so yeah, so that's something which we will leave it to the Ministry of Economy and Finance to tell us and them. Yeah, you don't clash on the same day. Okay, so that's a very good point. Thank you very much for informing us. Okay, now for the sake of time, we want to move to the next stage, that is about the contract management. Now, in contract management, if you want the success, can you show that slide now? No, there is a slide. other slide, can you present that now? No, that one which with the triangle. Yeah. So if you look at this context, this is about ensuring project success. So one of the problem that we see is like the LC example you have mentioned, or civil work contracts which are getting delayed in implementation. There are a lot of issues. So our objective is to maintain the cost at the same time, with cost within the limit, approved limit, within the same time of 18 months or 24 months to implement it without compromising the quality. What are all the challenges that you face in delivering the contract that you find? I mean, there are 2 consultants and 1 good supplier. Unfortunately, we don't have anyone from the works. So if there is any works contractors, you may also join on that. But what are the main challenges you find after getting the contract in delivering your service?
Yeah, thank you for the question. I mean, we try to implement the project and to deliver the result and perform. But we have faced many challenges because as a consultant firm, we recruit expert, international and national experts. So they work on the project, they follow the TOR, but the challenges is that they need to deliver the result and the performance. So as a company, we have to follow up every day. I mean, we have to follow up on their task, on their deliverable, and make sure that they deliver on time. So I mean, the advantage of NIRAS, we are present in the country, so we can follow up this. And
do you face any problem from this side, the ministries and the donors in delivering your work?
No, so we don't face no problem, but because we have constant discussion with the donor and the ministry, so that's why we can respond quickly. One of the challenges that is about that the international expert, the person month or input of international expert are very low compared to the national. For example, with one of the project we have 10 months for the team leader over 4 years. So he cannot do anything. I mean, he try to do his best in terms of management, but it is quite low. We face also another issue that one expert resign, we need to find expert with the same quality or better. But it's almost impossible because at the bidding we put the best. Sorry. So so we have some difficulty to find a better replacement. That's we are facing. And I mean, overall, we as a company, we have to follow up on the deliverable with expert and make sure they deliver a quality of deliverable and based on the budget available. Yeah, thank you.
One thing I would add concerning time, sometimes we face the unavailability of the implementing agency and that can delay the project. So because our consultants, as André was saying, had limited inputs and limited time, if unfortunately on the government side and on the implementing agency, we don't have the availability of key stakeholders, that might delay the project. So that's one issue we're facing. Concerning quality, one issue sometimes we're facing is that the delay between approving one project and the feasibility study and the implementation is too long, and the needs might differ from when it was studied originally. So we might have to be flexible on that and have good discussion, and that's what we appreciate, is that we usually do have the 3 parties around the table, meaning the clients, the donors, and us, to discuss. but sometimes the time frame is too long and the need have changed. And finally, concerning cost, of course it was about the COVID time, but we saw in our country some inflation and some costs are higher than before, and of course it was evaluated on previous cost and not on current costs. So that might be the three challenges we're facing.
Those are very valuable inputs. What about you?
Yes, I have something to add regarding the budget preparation for some tender, because when there's a recurrent similar specification, they used to copy and paste the past specification with the whole price, and then when we have to supply, it is very tight to combine the price and the budget.
These are very good inputs. So if I categorize it, one is unreasonable pricing or time given, like 10 months of a team leader in a 4-year project is really unreasonable kind of a, I mean, if you have to be a team leader, that person need more involvement in it. Then the issue that you have mentioned, availability of the counterpart. I mean, one of the main problem that we face is in many countries, may not be in Cambodia, after the contract is awarded, it is expected that the consultant or the firm will do everything. Okay, but it's like a partnership. You need to have the counterpart also actively involved in monthly monitoring or supporting them in getting various, I mean, there are many civil works contracts where other utilities are not willing to change the poles by the electricity board or the water sewerage lines by the water department, which affects the implementation of the contractor. And what you have mentioned is also very true. Nowadays, we do most of this cut and paste job where the problems could come in. So these are all some of the issues that that's feedback for us to carry forward. Any last thoughts so that we can anything from the audience on contract management issues you would like to raise? Yeah, please go ahead, sir. There is a mic there. Yeah.
I'm Makra from B Scientific Instrument Co. Ltd. Thank you very much for all the speakers. My challenge is about time as well. But I want to move all of you back to the bid submission a little bit. For example, the bid requirement for the delivery time is 120 days, calendar days. Yeah. But for example, my bid is longer than that. So what should I do? Should I follow the requirement or should I put the reality? So this is one of the challenge for the time. Yeah, for the bid submission. Yeah. And for the contract management as well, time is very important because there are many things during the contract implementation. Let me raise one example. For example, when I submit the bid, and then I have one quotation from the manufacturer, and they tell the lead time, for example, 10 weeks, but after I get the contract, and then they increase to 15 weeks. So this is the challenges. Yeah. And then we are hard to find the reason to prove the project because only the major, right? Force major that the project accept. For example, storm and so on, then we can request for the delay for the delivery. So this is the time.
No, these are very, very interesting, very important issues that you have raised. First one, I would say that, if there is a particular specification mentioned in the bid document, adhere to that. If there is a time schedule for delivery, 10 weeks is mentioned, and if you say 12, you are non-responsive and you won't be considered. Okay, so if you think you cannot deliver in 10 weeks, then there is no point in submitting a bid. What you can do is, you can raise a query. Okay, you can raise a query and say that, no manufacturer is willing to give you in 10 weeks time. ministry, please consider revising the delivery time, then only we will bid. Okay. Now, if there are 5 people bidding, okay, and if 3 have agreed to do it in 10 weeks time, that means someone is there to deliver. Okay, so that means there are people who are responsive bidders. Now, on the pricing for future, now this is something which you have been operating in this sector for quite some time. You know, when Ministry of Health is issuing a bid, if it is $300,000 or $1 million, how much time they do take. You know, you have an idea. You are in the market. If so, please take your back-end quotation from the OEM, original equipment manufacturers, after adjusting possible delays you expect. Okay. Now everything has a cost. Now, if I am in your place, I am getting a OEM supplier to give me a bid. If they give me $10 as the unit price, if I know that this ministry will delay it by another three months, I will put a markup on that $10 to cover any losses that could come from the original equipment manufacturer. This is a pricing strategy to be competitive in the market. Okay, that you need to consider that. We take your point, very valid. We will look into it when our procurement strategies are developed, and we will ask them to be more reasonable in delivery times, and we will also, yeah. So, you know, it's all a reflection of the market. Okay, if I am giving a very unreasonable delivery time, 6 weeks, and if no one can respond within 6 weeks, then I won't get any bid. Normally, then I should not get any bid, no? So that's, so, but if there is somebody who already have the item in their stock, okay, and they can supply it in 2 weeks time, they will aggressively bid. Okay, so this is something the market directs and market dynamics influence, but very valid point. We will feedback it to our clients. Okay. Any reflection?
Thank you. One more thing regarding to the payment. Normally we have 3 steps: 10% for advance payment, 80% after delivery, and 10% after acceptance. But the thing is this: 10% for advance payment. If we request to the project to pay the advance payment with 10%, but the project requires us to block our bank to make the bank guarantee, and then so what is the benefit that we get? We block our money for 10%, and
so this is something which Sokundi and Letaro, you also have to consider, and you will also need to consider. I have heard from others also that performance guarantee on goods is after the guarantee period. Okay, they have to keep it for 1 more month after the guarantee period. And if the guarantee period is for 3 years, then 10% is blocked until, you know, that 1 month after 3 years. And the problem here is, depending upon the number of months, there is bank charges taken on performance guarantee. So if it is 10 months, there is a charge. If it is 18 months, bank charge a different arrangement. So if there is anything that can be done to simplify the performance guarantee issue, so at least on behalf of World Bank, we will try to look at it, and we will also discuss with ADB on what can be done on this performance security issue. I mean, how once you have delivered and it is accepted, whether there is any way we can you know, do something to assure the guarantee rather than keeping your money blocked in the bank. We will look into it. There is other colleagues also have raised this issue.
Thank you.
Any last thoughts from this group on contract management?
Oh,
yeah. 1 second. After yeah. Okay, go ahead.
Just a small point on the contract management. In contract management, it is continuation to the completion period. So whenever we sign a contract with a client, the deliverable commitments are there, but you might have usually seen that the approval of the deliverable are never mentioned or doesn't come on time. So that not only delays the project, but what happens with the consultant is, for a lump sum project, the payments are linked directly to the deliverables, and those are 100% on approval. Like we have been requesting different beneficiary to give a portion on submission and portion on approval, but never approved, agreed to that. Our 100% is on deliverable approval. So this delays the entire project and this disturbs the cash flow. So we would request the donors to step in to ensure that the approval period is also fixed for the beneficiary. So it's a plus for both ends.
Yeah, sure. So we, in some countries, we have even tried to introduce interest on delayed payments or delayed deliverable approval. Now, what happens is, after some time, the market get adjusted to that. Okay, so if you think that the things are going to get delayed by 3 months, there is no free lunch anywhere. Okay, that's a universal fact. So you will try to cover that somewhere, and it's ultimately a loss for the public exchequer, for the government. I mean, the delays is not getting any benefit for them. It's actually they are paying more, or they have already paid a marked up price for that delay also when they were agreeing to a contract. So that is the truth. But this is another area where we will consider on delays in approving deliverables and delays in so in 2026 when the SOP is being revised, these inputs are definitely going to contribute to those discussions. Yeah.
Thank you. I like to have to share with you the final reflection on the topic of contract management, and it's very interesting, to see the project success in terms of 3 points: cost, qualities, and time. For MEF, from the portfolio perspective, contract award is not only the success. The management of the contract is the success. If you already awarded the contract, but if the contract is not well managed, it leads to the overrun cost, it leads to the low qualities, and also the time is extension, then it's not success. So for me, and especially during our review meeting with development partners, we usually find out with the readiness, not strong readiness in terms of the detailed design, in terms of the feasibility study. It can lead to the during implementation. It will happen, or to the cost overruns and also the project extension. So we MEF working with the DP to strengthen the readiness. We also put the readiness filter in our standard operating procedure, and we also plan to have the dialogue with relevant stakeholders to strengthen the project readiness, not only just project preparation, but also the bidding preparation and also the design, to ensure that during implementation it go well. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Very, very good points. Yeah. Final comments from you.
Okay, thank you, Kales, and thank you for the question. I have 3 points to respond to the question. One related to the input of team leader that you mentioned earlier. I think that in the request for proposal, we have one section mentioned about the comment on term reference. It means that if you review request for proposal and you think that the term reference is weak or something like that, you just comment in the term reference, and then AA will consider to negotiate something like that if you become the highest score in the consultant recruitment. And second point related to the payment that he mentioned that 10% and 80% and 10%. I think in SOP mentioned clearly that in case that the supplier they no need 10% of advance payment, so they can no need to request. They can wait until 90% of the. They have option. They no need to request that 10%, and also no need to submit a bank guarantee. But in case that you need advance payment, I think Bank 19 require because EA they also afraid that after pay 10% to you and you run away, so they will lost. So I think this one the rule, practical international practice, you have to do that. Third one related to the performance security. I think SOP and ADB standard bidding agreement, we mentioned clearly that if you deliver the good to the EA and accept the EA accept that agreement, and then the performance security will reduce to 5%.
Okay. Yeah.
So and another 5% will until guarantee period.
Okay.
Because we do not know whether the equipment that they deliver to the EA is good or not.
Yeah.
So in case that broke or something happened not quality, so EA they have the right to get that 5%.
Lazaro.
Yeah, just quick. Thank you. So I want to add, like you mentioned about the spec for the good. So you may see these some even tier or some some IA that capacity limit, and then that's why they copy and pass the previous spec from So if you have any question in that, you should ask the question during the bidding, clarify whether is with the spec that they provide is out of that, or with the cost that they with if you normally they don't show the estimate cost, but you can question on the term on the spec before the bidding. And on the approval of the report. So I think the not contract management is the now it I think can call a challenge, because when we complete the procurement and go to contract management, now some projects they face challenge that the contractor cannot complete the work on time, consultant provide a poor performance, cannot do their cannot provide their input based on the term of reference. So if you see that they are missing some step, some like what the time frame to approve on the report, then you should discuss with the IA and officially discuss and exchange and decide with them how long that they can go to take and approve the report. And in the World Bank project, we always conduct the contract training management. We call all the concerned party, the contractor, project, and the bank to explain and they ask the question if they have any doubt on the contract agreement, because some contractor even they also have some limited to read on the term condition of contract as well, not only the project, so they don't clear as well. So we conduct the training brief on the contract management, what the role of each party, concerning party.
Okay, so thank you very much. It was a pleasure to have you all on stage, and we had a long day, but still some interesting issues were discussed. And let's applaud these gentlemen and the lady for their acting. Thank you very much. So over to the MC. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Someអរគុណដល់វាគ្មិនកិត្តិយសសម្រាប់កិច្ចពិភាក្សាបាញ់មិញនេះហើយជាកិច្ចបន្ទាប់នេះនាងខ្ញុំសូមជម្រាបជូនថាសន្និសីទផ្សព្វផ្សាយនាថ្ងៃនេះក៏ត្រូវបានបញ្ចប់ហើយឆ្លៀតក្នុងឱកាសនេះផងដែរនាងខ្ញុំសូមអញ្ជើញលោកឈីតូស៊ីអ៊ីស៊ូមីអ្នកសម្របសម្រួលផ្នែកលទ្ធកម្មនៃធនាគារអភិវឌ្ឍន៍អាស៊ីសូមអញ្ជើញផ្ដល់នៅសន្ទរកថាបិទជូនដល់អង្គពិធីសូមគោរពអញ្ជើញ
Yeah. So thank you very much for such a long hours for joining this BOF. And surprisingly, I believe very successful this workshop. And we can expand our relationship and also knowledge and how can I say, for future our project. And this is not the end of how can I say, our journey. And surely, as we mentioned, at least 2 times per year and more, we try to have such a workshop, training, and seminar for successful our project implementation. Anyway, any question, please come back to our side, and let's try for our future projects. Thank you very much.
សូមអរគុណលោកឈីតូជាកិច្ចបន្ទាប់នេះខ្ញុំសូមគោរពអញ្ជើញអាដាមជួនសម្រិទ្ធអនុរដ្ឋលេខាធិការនៃក្រសួងសេដ្ឋកិច្ចនិងហិរញ្ញវត្ថុសូមអញ្ជើញថ្លែងនៅសន្ទរកថាបិទជូនដល់អង្គពិធីសូមគោរពអញ្ជើញ
លោកឈីតូស៊ីអ៊ីស៊ូមីប្រធានផ្នែកប្រតិបត្តិនៃធនាគារអភិវឌ្ឍន៍អាស៊ីប្រចាំកម្ពុជាលោក Kales Kuma អ្នកសម្របសម្រួលផ្នែកលទ្ធកម្មនៃធនាគារពិភពលោកប្រចាំកម្ពុជាវាគ្មិនកិត្តិយសនិងមន្ត្រីគម្រោងពី ADB និងធនាគារពិភពលោកសហការីពីក្រសួងសេដ្ឋកិច្ចនិងហិរញ្ញវត្ថុលោកស្រីជាទីរាប់បានជាថ្មីម្ដងទៀតតាំងនាមឲ្យក្រសួងសេដ្ឋកិច្ចនិងហិរញ្ញវត្ថុថ្ងៃនេះខ្ញុំមានសេចក្តីសំណោះនិងសូមថ្លែងអំណរគុណចំពោះការចូលរួមរបស់លោកស្រីទាំងអស់នៅក្នុងសន្និសីទផ្សព្វផ្សាយស្ដីពីឱកាសចូលរួមដេញថ្លៃសម្រាប់វិស័យឯកជននាពេលនេះវត្តមានដ៏ច្រើនកករបស់លោកស្រីបានបង្ហាញឲ្យឃើញនៅឆន្ទៈនិងការយកចិត្តទុកដាក់ខ្ពស់ក្នុងការត្រៀមខ្លួនចូលរួមអនុវត្តគម្រោងអភិវឌ្ឍសេដ្ឋកិច្ចសង្គមជាតិយើងខ្ញុំសង្ឃឹមថាតាមរយៈសន្និសីទនាថ្ងៃនេះលោកស្រីពិតជាបានទទួលនៅព័ត៌មាននិងចំណេះដឹងស៊ីជម្រៅអំពីឱកាសអាជីវកម្មដ៏សម្បូរបែបនិងនីតិវិធីលទ្ធកម្មសម្រាប់គម្រោងអភិវឌ្ឍន៍នានានៅកម្ពុជាក្រោមក្របខ័ណ្ឌហិរញ្ញប្បទានពីដៃគូអភិវឌ្ឍន៍ជាពិសេស ADB និង World Bank លោកស្រីមុននឹងបញ្ចប់កម្មវិធីដ៏មានអត្ថន័យនេះខ្ញុំសូមសង្ខេបនិងផ្ដល់ជាអនុសាសន៍គន្លឹះបន្ថែមមួយចំនួនដើម្បីជាធាតុចូលសម្រាប់លោកស្រីយកទៅអនុវត្តបន្តទី1គឺវិស័យឯកជនជាដៃគូមិនអាចខ្វះបានរាជរដ្ឋាភិបាលកម្ពុជាក្រោមការដឹកនាំរបស់សម្ដេចមហាបវរធិបតីនាយករដ្ឋមន្ត្រីនៅតែបន្តចាត់ទុកវិស័យឯកជនជាតួអង្គស្នូលសំខាន់នៃការអភិវឌ្ឍសេដ្ឋកិច្ចជាតិការចូលរួមប្រកបដោយគុណភាពរបស់លោកស្រីក្នុងការអនុវត្តគម្រោងវិនិយោគសាធារណៈគឺជាការចូលរួមចំណែកដោយផ្ទាល់ក្នុងការកសាងហេដ្ឋារចនាសម្ព័ន្ធនិងសេវាសាធារណៈប្រកបដោយគុណភាពជូនដល់ប្រជាជនកម្ពុជាទី2ភាពចាំបាច់នៃការពង្រឹងសមត្ថភាពដោយដែលយើងបានឃើញក្នុងបទបង្ហាញឱកាសការងារនិងកញ្ចប់ថវិកាដែលមានទំហំធំធេងណាស់ទោះជាយ៉ាងនេះក្តីឱកាសអាចคล้ายជាលទ្ធផលបានលុះត្រាតែយើងមានសមត្ថភាពគ្រប់គ្រាន់ខ្ញុំសូមលើកទឹកចិត្តឲ្យលោកស្រីបន្តពង្រឹងសមត្ថភាពបច្ចេកទេសធនធានមនុស្សនិងការស្វែងយល់អំពីនីតិវិធីនិងលក្ខណៈវិនិច្ឆ័យនានាដែលជាតម្រូវការចាំបាច់ក្នុងឯកសារដេញថ្លៃក្រោមក្របខ័ណ្ឌហិរញ្ញប្បទានពីដៃគូអភិវឌ្ឍន៍នីមួយៗដើម្បីធានានូវភាពជោគជ័យក្នុងការដេញថ្លៃប្រកបដោយភាពប្រកួតប្រជែងនិងការអនុវត្តប្រកបដោយគុណភាពខ្ពស់ទី3ការត្រៀមខ្លួនសម្រាប់បរិវត្តកម្ម Digital សម្រាប់លទ្ធកម្មរដ្ឋាភិបាលតាមប្រព័ន្ធអេឡិចត្រូនិកយើងហៅថា EGP ក្នុងន័យនេះគោលដៅឆ្នាំ2026ត្រូវរៀបចំក្របខ័ណ្ឌគតិយុត្តសម្រាប់អនុវត្ត EGP និងផែនការសកម្មភាពសម្រាប់អភិវឌ្ឍប្រព័ន្ធលទ្ធកម្មអេឡិចត្រូនិកនឹងចាប់ផ្ដើមពីឆ្នាំ2027តទៅនឹងត្រូវដាក់ឲ្យអនុវត្តសាកល្បងប្រព័ន្ធលទ្ធកម្មអេឡិចត្រូនិកជាបណ្ដា ដូចនេះវិស័យឯកជនទាំងអស់គួរចាប់ផ្ដើមត្រៀមខ្លួនសិក្សាស្វែងយល់និងកែសម្រួលដំណើរការងារឲ្យស្របទៅនឹងការវិវត្តនៃបច្ចេកវិទ្យានេះការផ្លាស់ប្ដូរនេះនឹងនាំមកនូវតម្លាភាពនិងប្រសិទ្ធភាពកាន់តែខ្ពស់ទី4ក្រមសីលធម៌និងសុចរិតភាពភាពជោគជ័យយូរអង្វែងមិនមែនកើតចេញពីការឈ្នះការដេញថ្លៃតែមួយដងនោះទេប៉ុន្តែកើតចេញពីការកសាងកេរ្តិ៍ឈ្មោះនិងទំនុកចិត្តខ្ញុំសូមពៀនឲ្យក្រុមហ៊ុនទាំងអស់ចូលរួមក្នុងដំណើរការលទ្ធកម្មនេះដោយប្រកាន់ខ្ជាប់នៅគោលការណ៍សុចរិតភាពតម្លាភាពនិងគោរពតាមបទដ្ឋានគតិយុត្តជាធរមានដើម្បីរួមគ្នាបង្កើតបរិយាកាសធុរកិច្ចមួយដែលស្អាតស្អំនិងយុត្តិធម៌អរលោកស្រីជាចុងបញ្ចប់ខ្ញុំសូមថ្លែងអំណរគុណជាថ្មីម្ដងទៀតចំពោះធនាគារអភិវឌ្ឍន៍អាស៊ីនិងធនាគារពិភពលោកនិងក្រុមការងារនយោបាយកឋានតាមដានត្រួតពិនិត្យការអនុវត្តគម្រោងនៃអគ្គនាយកដ្ឋានសហប្រតិបត្តិការអន្តរជាតិនិងគ្រប់គ្រងបំណុលដែលបានសហការរៀបចំវេទិកាដ៏មានសារៈសំខាន់នេះឡើងនិងសង្ឃឹមថាសន្និសីទផ្សព្វផ្សាយនេះនឹងក្លាយជាកត្តាជំរុញដ៏សំខាន់មួយក្នុងការបង្កើនការចូលរួមពីវិស័យឯកជនទាំងចំនួននិងគុណភាពនៃការចូលរួមដេញថ្លៃក្នុងគម្រោងនានានៅកម្ពុជាខ្ញុំសូមជូនពរឲ្យលោកស្រីទាំងអស់សូមប្រកបដោយសុខភាពល្អបរិបូរណ៍កម្លាំងមាំមួនពលំមាំមួននិងសម្រេចបានជោគជ័យគ្រប់ភារកិច្ចខ្ញុំសូមប្រកាសបិទសន្និសីទផ្សព្វផ្សាយស្ដីពីឱកាសចូលរួមដេញថ្លៃសម្រាប់វិស័យឯកជនចាប់ពីពេលនេះតទៅសូមអរគុណ
នេះខ្ញុំសូមគោរពថ្លែងអំណរគុណយ៉ាងជ្រាលជ្រៅជូនចំពោះអាដាមជួនសំរិទ្ធសម្រាប់សន្ទរកថាបទដែលប្រកបដោយអត្ថន័យនិងមានតម្លៃជាគន្លឹះអង្គពិធីទាំងមូលជាទីគោរពនេះខ្ញុំសូមជម្រាបជូនថាសន្និសីទផ្សព្វផ្សាយនេះថ្ងៃនេះត្រូវបានបញ្ចប់ហើយនេះខ្ញុំក៏សូមគោរពថ្លែងអំណរគុណយ៉ាងជ្រាលជ្រៅជូនចំពោះអាដាមលោកជំទាវលោកស្រីដែលបានចំណាយពេលវេលាដ៏មានតម្លៃចូលរួមនៅក្នុងសន្និសីទផ្សព្វផ្សាយដ៏មានសារៈសំខាន់នាថ្ងៃនេះហើយនេះខ្ញុំសូមគោរពជូនពរអាដាមលោកជំទាវលោកស្រីទទួលបាននូវសុខភាពល្អនិងជោគជ័យគ្រប់ភារកិច្ចមុននឹងលោកស្រីចេញទៅសូមមេត្តាជួយ scan ទៅលើ QR code ដើម្បីធ្វើការវាយតម្លៃនៅសន្និសីទផ្សព្វផ្សាយនេះថ្ងៃនេះផងសូមអរគុណ
បាទសូមជួយវាយតម្លៃផងដើម្បីឲ្យខាងយើងខ្ញុំនឹងធ្វើរៀបចំឲ្យល្អនៅពេលលើកក្រោយទៀតបាទសូមអរគុណបាទ
គ្រប់យ៉ាងអ្នកឃ្លាន